Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is a regular meeting of the Fairfax Town Council. It's Thursday, January 9th, which is a slightly unusual day, but it was set to not conflict with another important meeting. It's 6:30, we're at the Women's Club. And just wanted to note before we do the Pledge of Allegiance that it is a day of mourning for Jimmy Carter, the 39th President of the United States, and I just thought that was important to note. And all who would like to join us, please join us in Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to read the land acknowledgement. The Fairfax Town Council acknowledges that we are located on the unceded ancestral lands of the coastal Miwok people of present-day Marin County. We honor with gratitude the land itself and all of its ancestors, past, present, and emerging. Okay, I'm going to read the meeting protocol. The mayor shall maintain order at the meeting. The council has the responsibility to be a model of respectful behavior in order to facilitate the conduct of the people's business and encourage civil engagement in town council meetings. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and/or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. Please turn off all cellular phones or place them in silent mode. Wanted to add here that shouting, clapping, booing, stomping, or other disruptive behavior during public comment or council deliberation is discouraged in order to provide a respectful and comfortable environment for all residents to express their point of view. Clapping is acceptable for items such as police pinnings, proclamations, welcoming new staff and council members, committee appointments, other celebratory announcements. The town council will review the agenda at 10 p.m. to ascertain which items, if any, will be continued to another meeting. Any matter not started by 11:30 p.m. will be continued to an adjourned or regular council meeting unless the council votes to suspend this rule. So I'm going to, I think we have to actually do a roll call vote at this point, right? Am I correct? I need approval of the agenda. I'm sorry. So would anybody like to motion to approve?
We need,
the roll
sorry,
call
we
vote.
needed the roll call
Okay.
vote for the meeting.
I
and
need
then
my
the
little
approval of
script.
the agenda.
See, I was right. We did need a roll call vote. Okay, go.
Councilmember Egger.
Here.
Councilmember Girangelli.
Here.
Councilmember Kohler.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Here.
Mayor Blash.
Here. Okay.
And I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Egger. Councilmember Girangelli.
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Great.
I'm sorry. I do have one question. Do we, at this point, pull out anything that needs to be pulled out on the consent, or we do it at consent?
We wait till the consent
All right.
calendar.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on to open time for public expression. This is the time to address the council on matters that are not on the agenda. So all comments are limited to 2 minutes. The council is not permitted to take action, and state law strictly limits the right of the council to discuss any unagendized item. If there are still raised hands after 30 minutes, open time will be continued to the end of the agenda. So let's get started with open time.
Good evening, Council. Sean Fitzgerald, Fairfax Park. This has nothing to do with the consent item on the ordinance. 1,000 homeless live in Marin County, of which 788 are living in the streets unsheltered. The distraction from this problem is that it has been categorized as an affordable housing crisis, when in fact it's a drug addiction and mental illness epidemic. The solution that's been presented, Housing First, doesn't solve for mental illness and drug addiction or those who want to live outdoors. It is a blind corner leading to a dead end for that population. Even if you could snap your fingers and build 1,000 affordable units just for them tomorrow, it would still take 75 years to house them all because only a dozen housing vouchers become available each year. Educated with on-the-ground observation and obsessive examination of the problem for the last 4 months, inside and out, I've envisioned a solution in collaboration with Councilmember Mike Girangelli, which we believe is scalable, cost-reductive, and would provide a compassionate pathway out of the hellscapes consuming our small towns and cities. We know that funds are available at the county level, but we are expected to solve homelessness at a town level, while simultaneously being told by the county that encampments under 50 people is considered too small for funding, which is all but 3 towns in Marin: San Rafael, Novato, and Marin City. However, when allocated funds, large towns like San Rafael spend $130,000 per individual homeless person for a tent in an alley. It's not fiscally responsible, and it's not scalable. I put together a preliminary deck and rough outline of our vision for a centralized and permanent solution to move the unsheltered out of functional communities and on a path to recovery or to permanent, supportive, and affordable on-site housing. We would call this Camp Rescue and Compassion City. I hope with all the compassion this council has expressed for these people, you would take the time to review my proposal that I've provided today and support asking for this solution to be done at the county level. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening, council members. My name is Tyler Graff, the superintendent of Ross Valley School District, which incorporates White Hill Middle School and Manor Elementary here in Fairfax. I'm here tonight to give a brief update on a proposed parcel tax revision that our board is considering for the May special election. Over my first 6 months in Ross Valley, I've met with community members, administrators, union members, and families. The common refrain I hear is that the quality of our staff is second to none. My interactions with our teachers, support staff, and admin team have only reinforced that notion. Unfortunately, the Ross Valley School District has the lowest per student revenue in Marin County, which makes it hard to pay our teachers a competitive wage as compared to our surrounding school districts. For the last 30 years, residents of Fairfax and San Anselmo have supported our teachers and schools through maintaining our parcel tax, which currently funds about 47 teachers. Our board is considering changing the parcel tax methodology from a per parcel tax to a per square foot tax, making it more equitable for homeowners. They're also
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
yes. They're considering changing it from a per parcel tax to a per square foot tax, making it more equitable for homeowners. They're also aiming to maintain the senior opt-out and limit the tax to a 9-year term. These revisions will generate up to $3 million that will help raise salaries for our teachers. If the parcel tax is not passed in May, RVSD will need to begin making significant cuts to elective programs, counseling support, academic interventions, and teacher leadership stipends, all important programs that serve the students of our community. Additionally, without an increase to our parcel tax, it'll be difficult to give teachers an increase to their current salary schedule for the 25-26 school year. If a parcel tax is passed, we can offer meaningful raises for our teachers and maintain the robust student programs that make RVSD schools the special places they are. I'd encourage anyone who has questions about the proposed parcel tax revision to reach out directly to me, tgraff@rossvalleyschools.org,
Great.
or attend our January 29th board meeting to
Great,
hear the
thank
final
you.
details. Thank you for your
so
time.
much. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Gabe Robinson. I'm here to speak on the, excuse me. Right. Hi, my name is Gabe Robinson, I'm resident of Fairfax, and I'm here to speak against the proposed relocation of the cannabis dispensary.
And Gabe, I'm sorry, we need to hold that until the consent calendar, which is when we're doing it. Sorry, Dan. I know. Okay. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Robbie Powelson, and I'd just like to comment that the city of Fairfax has a responsibility to ensure the safety of all of its residents. Everybody here who's in Fairfax deserves to be safe and also deserves not to be put into danger by actions of the government. When the government interferes with the things people do that they need to survive, puts them in danger and increased risk of harm, that raises a serious issue. And the city can't abdicate its responsibilities and try and shove it off to the county when it comes to issues of homelessness and say, well, we don't have responsibility of these people to get housing, and at the same time force them to move every 72 hours, people that have people who have survived strokes, people who have.
Can I
suffered
ask, are
greatly.
you commenting on something that's on the consent calendar, or are you commenting on something?
I'm
that's
talking
not?
a little more general because
Okay.
it's It's a deep issue because these are our people. And our people are being put in all across the state of California. Our people, our fellow citizens who don't have housing are being dehumanized, stripped of their rights, and bulldozed, literally. People, property taken. And so right now, of course, yes, on the consent agenda, I'm not going to pull that. Because I think the council's made a decision. But I think you need to think about it in your hearts.
The proper time to really address that item would be when we're doing the public comment for the consent calendar.
Well,
Okay,
it's a serious issue. Thank you very much.
yeah, I mean, thank you. I just want to make sure that people know that we will be addressing the anti-camping ordinance on the consent calendar. And
Swift, Fairfax. For the short people. I want to publicly thank our Public Works staff for all the work they do. While I see many proclamations and certificates of appreciation at these meetings, I don't see many thanks going to town staff, many of which are the face of the town to the public. We are fortunate to have many of our Public Works staff living in town. They know the town and the community. I see them out before dawn, and I see them after dark, and I hear thankful comments from the community. So I just wanted to publicly thank them for all the work they do. Thank you.
thank you.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. Just to add on to what Cindy Swift said, it would also be nice if the public staff, the public works staff, workers actually made the income level of low income in Marin, which would be $104,000 a year. Be nice to see them get a raise as opposed to not just thanks. The reason I wanted to bring up this point is in looking over the agenda, but on the consent calendar, there's an item and then there's a mention about, how, the attorney can go through and kind of go through the codes and kind of like organize them better. I think the reality is if you want to hire somebody to do that, you can pay them a lot less than $200-something an hour. I think what the attorney's main concern should be is cutting her bill. She was 70% over her budget last year. I believe it was $565,000 that she was paid. She does 2 cities. So I don't know, that's pretty good for a part-time job. I think even 350, what she's budgeted is pretty good for a part-time job. So I would suggest that we don't have the luxury to go through and reorganize old or obsolete codes, considering the condition of the roads that could be fixed in a timely manner and a fiscally responsible manner, but not if we're spending $550,000 on a part-time attorney.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, Council. I certainly applaud Cindy Swift's comments and Mark Bell's astute comments. I do think that we pay way too much for the services we received. But I actually wanted to step up here to speak in opposition to the parcel tax request by the earlier gentleman for the Ross Valley schools. If you look at our current scores, we are dropping on a statewide basis, and this has been published in newspaper. The last tax measure, Measure B, came with spending $89 million before financing to build a cafeteria at Redwood High School. $89 million. The whole county fire department center will only cost us $85 million to be built at San Antonio Valley Golf Course. When I was interviewed by the IJ about the opposition to Measure B, they asked me a question: how could they save money? I love that question. I said, well, they could save over $500,000 by not discussing absenteeism. They then got a rebuttal and said, this is typical, the false narrative. This is why we lost Measure A, blah, blah, blah. Basically called me a liar. Then I had 30 seconds for my rebuttal. I said, well, actually, you took an English teacher at Archie Williams and elevated her to Dean of Absenteeism for $202,000. Your Dean of Absenteeism at Redwood High School is $224,000. So if you include TAM, it's actually over $600,000. Throwing dollars at the problem is not the best way to do this. We should look at improving the grades of our students so that they can succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. Once again, I'd like to encourage this council to require people to identify themselves and give priority to speakers that are from Fairfax. Otherwise, the meetings could go on for weeks. Otherwise, Fairfax could lose lots of money and have a unbalanced budget like it does currently and be in debt like it is currently. I'd like to have you put on your thinking cap and actually have priorities that are clearly articulated and reflected in the budget that everybody can agree upon. I've been to the budget workshops and the annual retreat, and the priorities are nebulous. That needs to change. Also, I have some concerns here about changes that people aren't voting on, that the public's not being informed about. These new meeting protocols, there's a concern about violation of free speech rights. I don't recall anyone voting on clapping, and last council seemed to, the mayor for the day said clapping was allowed. So let's get some clarity and have a vote on whether free speech and clapping is allowed in Fairfax or not, rather than just making things up. Next, there's 10 items on the consent calendar. That's 12 seconds per item. Finance, I'd like you to pull item A, receive financial statements, which indicate that there's $1.5 million operating deficit. I'd like you to pull.
I'm sorry, you can't do that because that's the consent calendar. I think you need to wait until we're doing the consent calendar.
Beginning again with 15 or 20 seconds. No one's brought up, and this is in the sense of priorities, public safety budget, public safety, and fire safety. I presented in June, mid-June of last year, to Stephanie Hellman and Chance Catrano at the RVFD talking about fire safety, and there's been no further discussion of it, and our evacuation drill was a joke. 2% of the population made it out to downtown. Nobody made it out alive in Fairfax.
Great. Thank you. Next, please. Can we hold clapping for celebratory events? Thank you. I can't stop you, but I can. Well, actually, I can. It's part of our code that you're not supposed to clap and be disruptive. But I just prefer that we try to make a nice environment for people, so that when people say something that we don't agree with, that they also feel welcome in saying what they want to say. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. We've all heard about the fires that are happening down in Southern California. And clearly these fires are, it really doesn't matter. There's nothing that gives Fairfax an invulnerability shield that says that we can build more housing, just like there's nothing that would have given Santa Monica or Malibu invulnerability. And it's very clear that this is part of living in California. What I'm up here to ask is that someone needs to point out that the legislature and the governor made a mistake in ignoring the fire risk and the evacuation risk to communities that are adjoining wildfire risk areas such as Fairfax, such as Malibu. And I would implore that the town council or the mayor address a letter to the governor and the legislature saying it's time to admit you made a mistake and to and to call emergency action to reduce the arena numbers to something more appropriate for considering this ignoring of a fire risk, which they seem to be baked into our requirements, our arena numbers. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next.
Good evening. Jim Cosgrove, resident of Fairfax. I wasn't going to speak, but I wanted to, the fires that in Southern California, which I have family down there. And it's tragic and it could easily happen here. And the questions that I have as we go forward with this housing density, we already have my brother was in town and I had to drive him to the airport and he looked around at 8:15 in the morning and he was like, "What's this?" And I'm like, well, this is the traffic that we deal with getting out of here with limited ingress and egress. And then talk about sharks. I circle like one to get a cup of coffee in downtown. We have a parking problem. We already have a traffic problem. Now we have this new housing that we're building. It's 240 units. That's what they're asking for. 240 units, 320 parking spots. We don't even know how many bedrooms. The amount of parking required probably is going to exceed that because they're going to get a bonus density on parking. Where do those cars go? We need to push back on the state regarding ingress and egress and do a study. We talk about parking studies here, which I've done a lot of. And we had the two attorneys sitting here. And it was still unclear. I remember Barbara asked for the question regarding following up on it. And I walked away more confused than when I came. So the question is ingress and egress, and what is the fire chief doing? We need to say to the fire chiefs needs to step in and say, this is, I'm a zone 6 fire hazard and I'm up on Bay Road and I can get out relatively easily. And so we need to have the fire chief get some skin in the game. We need to do an ingress parking study and push back to the state. The suggestions of a charter that we've done, I'd like to start researching that. I just think we have a fire trap here in this town. And to think that everyone's going to calmly go down the hill on like some video that we see, I don't think it's realistic. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone online?
There are 5 speakers on Zoom. The first speaker is Deb, followed by Mimi. Deb, you are unmuted.
Hello,
We can hear you.
Deborah Benson, Cascade Drive, Fairfax. Can you hear me?
Yes.
There are 5 speakers on Zoom. The first speaker is Deb, followed by me. Deb, you are unmuted.
Deb, are you there?
Thanks, I'm here. Thank you. I wanted to speak to a few things. One, Mayor Black just mentioned that we have a no clapping code. I'd like her to point me to wherever that is in our codes because I've never seen that before and I have studied our code somewhat. Forgive my voice, I'm a little bit under the weather. The other thing is who is overseeing PG&E chopping down our trees? A week or so ago, heritage sycamore was chopped down, probably 100-year-old tree from Doc Edgar Park. Do we get lists of the trees that PG&E is taking from us or what? The other thing is the issue of taking a vote on council members asking for something to be on the agenda for the next meeting. That's never happened. And you all put up some sort of an ordinance right after the election to try to set up a set of new rules, but that was heavily fault by the people who elected our new council members. And at the last meeting, late in the evening, when Frank brought up something that he wanted to put on the agenda, Mayor Blash said, "Okay, everybody raise their hand. Let's vote on this." So what's going on here? That's never happened before. And it seems to be, again, not, you guys aren't listening to the voice of the people. We elected people to represent us because we didn't feel like we were being adequately represented. If you're not listening to them, you're not listening to us. So please, go back to the old ways, be friendly.
Thank you. And yeah, thanks.
The next speaker is Mimi, followed by Joe. Mimi, you are unmuted.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Mimi Newton, Mono Avenue, Planning Commissioner, but not here tonight to talk in my role as a Planning Commissioner. I am requesting that the Town Council consider introducing an ordinance to tax housing in our town that has been left vacant for years. Maybe tax those residences that have been left empty for a year or more, maybe on a sliding scale based on how long it's been since a human being has lived there. Some of these places in the mayor in my neighborhood have been left, vacant for decades. A tax on empty homes could be used to provide more support for the homeless in Fairfax, and it could also incentivize the owners of those homes, putting them back into circulation as housing stock in Fairfax. Thank you.
The next speaker is Joe, followed by Jody. Joe, you are unmuted.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Joe Shull. I was injured, fell off a cliff there in Fairfax, shattered my ankle, broke my hip, and I had to live in that encampment for about 6 months. And I'd like to talk about that for a second. Before I get rolling, I want to give my deepest thanks to Mike Garangelli first, and Michael McIntosh and Sean Fitzgerald. You guys saved my life. Also to Officers Carter and Morales there in Fairfax PD. They kind of changed my view on cops a little bit and also saved my life. I want to just kind of note that the problem with that encampment is that the use of drugs and alcohol, and particularly methamphetamine.
We're going to be talking about the anti-camping ordinance on the consent. Excuse me, just a sec. Can we not shout from the audience? I'm just going to check with, I am cutting him off because I want to make sure that we are not taking up something that is this. Can you please keep it down now? It's not, do not disrupt the meeting, please. I'm just checking and we're going to pause his time for a minute now. We cannot address things right now that are on the agenda. This is for items that are not on the agenda. That is the rule. And so I'm just making sure that we're not discussing the anti-camping ordinance, which is on the agenda.
We're not.
And if we're not, then I'm going to let him go ahead. So there you go.
We have a visitor from Ohio calling us.
Right. And even if they're a visitor from Ohio or from in town, if they are commenting on something that is on the agenda, that is not the time for it. If this is something that is not on the agenda, that can happen. And you need to stop yelling. This is very common. This is like what every town and city does. You cannot comment things that are on the agenda during open time for public expression. So I'm just checking and he can continue if he's not commenting on something that's on the agenda. Thank you.
Indeed. Am I still unmuted?
You're not on mute, and I just wanted to make sure that your comment is on something that's not on the agenda.
No, it's not about the ordinance, but it's just mostly about my experience there,
Great. Thank you for clearing. Go ahead.
Yeah. I just wanted to note that, the problem isn't going to be solved through like affordable housing. The only thing that's going to solve the problem is substance abuse education, treatment, and really employment. These people don't need harm reduction teams passing out free meth pipes and lube. They need God and jobs. That's, and that's about all I had. I just wanted to make that known. You guys can take the rest.
Thank you so much. Sorry to interrupt, but I just have to make sure we keep the order of the meeting.
Indeed.
That's right. And thank you. Please don't.
The next speaker is Jody, followed by Michael. Jody, you are unmuted.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Jody Timms, Cascade Drive. The fires really in Los Angeles County are utterly heartbreaking. And for me, they're a clear reminder to all of us of the consequences and the threats of unmanaged climate change. We know the primary cause of that is global warming, which is caused by excessive greenhouse gas emissions. And then there is a dire need to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. For education and inspiration in this regard, I want to just inform everybody that the Fairfax Climate Action Committee and the San Anselmo Climate Action Commission are jointly hosting an event on February 7th at 7 o'clock in the Women's Club on climate progress. Damon Connolly, our California State Assembly member, will be speaking and be also in dialogue with 4 high school climate advocates. We have 2 West Marin artists who are going to be talking about plastics. And then also Renee Goddard from Marin Sanitary Service will be talking about waste management. So I really encourage people to come and learn more about these issues and get inspired and educated. And I also just want to mention that the next cycle of the California State Building Standards are in the works currently, and by this summer, cities will be informed of those state regulations for newly constructed buildings. They must be adopted by all cities in the fall, and they go into effect in January of 2026. So that energy code update is going to focus on expanding the use of heat pumps for both space conditioning and water heating. And this is a great year for existing homeowners to get a little bit more educated about those options and associated rebates and incentives. There's information on our town's website about that and also on the county's website. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
The next speaker is Michael, followed by Kim. Michael, you are unmuted.
Thank you very much. This is Michael Sexton, Fairfax resident. First of all, I'd like to say that I very much agree with Rick Hemmer, who has a great proposal for contacting the governor and trying to get these ridiculous arena numbers changed. That might be a boat that sailed, but I think in light of the ongoing fire tragedy in Southern California, I think it's a necessity. Also, in light of that tragedy, I would like to express my loathing of the proposed School Street development. I know and I hope that there's going to be a lot of contentious public discussion in the future regarding this development hazard, but I would urge all concerned Fairfax residents to understand the consequences of adding 240 additional units in central Fairfax. These 240 units would mean approximately 500 additional people, which equates to a 6% population increase. This increase will affect parking, livability, traffic, and especially traffic trying to evacuate in a wildfire. With increasing climate change, like that last person mentioned, I believe a destructive Fairfax wildfire will happen in the next 10 years, if not sooner. It could happen this summer, it could happen next year, or the immediate future. Adding the proposed number of people in cars at the School Street Plaza could result in what we have seen in the Palisades, an inability to swiftly evacuate in a wildfire. The burden of regarding the merits of this proposal at School Street should be firmly on the shoulders of the developer and the town council members who have advocated for subverting the desires of the residents for a promise of a few more affordable units. Fairfax deserves better than what this proposal is. It also deserves better leadership and more sane, appropriately sized development, not this behemoth at School Street Plaza. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Kim, followed by Kay. Kim, you are unmuted.
Thank you for taking my call. I'm Kim. I live in Fairfax and Miranda Oaks. And thank you, Michael, for what you just said. I fully agree with you. I'm very concerned about this development. And given what's happening in Southern California, where I grew up, it's more worrisome to think that this type of behemoth structure not only will destroy the character of our town, but it does present as a fire hazard. And our fire department is totally incapable of clearing out a 6-story building on that tiny little street. The other thing I wanted to mention is one of the reasons we moved here is our great access to the outdoors. And I've been hiking around the trails the last several months, and I've noticed that while there's a lot of clearing going on in the trails, what's been done is there is debris everywhere from the trees that have been cut down and the broom that's been pulled. And given what's going on with the fires, I'm just wondering if this is going to be cleaned up because that is fuel for fires waiting to happen once the air dries and the greenery dries. So that's my comment is hopefully there's the watershed district or Fairfax is finding some way to clear up all the debris that they've pulled. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're getting pretty close to the 30 minutes. How many people are left?
There's one more speaker on Zoom.
Great. Then let's have our one more speaker.
Oh,
Thank you.
sorry, two. Kay and then PJ.
Okay, that's few enough, I think, and she went short. So let's do those two and then we have to move on.
Okay, Kay, you are unmuted.
Hi, I'm not going to cry and I'm going to be very short. And all I want to say is I agree 100%. Thank you, Michael Sexton. You said everything I wanted to say tonight.
The next speaker is PJ. PJ, you are unmuted.
Thanks. I'll be brief as well. Also speaking just in my individual capacity, commissions or anything else. But I very much
PJ, can you
appreciate
fix your microphone?
How's this?
Much better.
That's better.
Okay. Just wanted to say I appreciated hearing very much Mimi's suggestion on taxing vacant houses, and one benefit I did not hear mentioned, specifically in light of the ongoing tragedy in Southern California, is that it incentivizes property owners of vacant properties to utilize them, helps get rid of all the overgrowth and the dangers of a vacant property spreading wildfires further. We have limited space and we should want it used efficiently by people. And that's a great policy to help us get there. I fully understand the desire to rethink the RENA numbers. I also think if we are building a certain amount of housing units, people should consider the lack of space used for consolidating them in a downtown area versus further overcrowding the hills and spreading people up further from the exits and jamming those hills further. That's in the universe where we're, no matter what, increasing the size of our housing stock one way or the other. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, so moving on to the regular agenda. We're going to start with the Perry Park Playground tot lot expansion.
Yes, Mayor. So tonight we have Maria Baird here to give the presentation, and also Lauren and Bertus to help out with that presentation, and then we'll take questions at the end.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The item you have before you is a proposed tot lot for the Perry Park Playground area. This item was brought before the Park and Rec Commission back in August of 2024 by a local resident and
For
parent.
everybody, this presentation.
Excuse me?
A proposed tot lot at Perry Park Playground.
Who's talking? Hi, we're moving on to the regular agenda.
Okay. That's fine. Okay. The project that you have before you tonight is a proposed tot lot in the existing Perry Park Playground area. This idea was brought to the Park and Rec Commission back in August of 2024 by a local parent, Raphael Scavron, who's in the audience tonight. And at that time, the reasoning behind it is to provide a safe and closed area for very young toddlers, ages 0 to 3 years. The existing Perry Park Playground is designated in kind of like breaks it down in 2 age groups. So there's the 2 to 5 playground area, and there's the 5 to 12 playground area in terms of the structures that are there currently. So the idea behind this is to have a space where very young children, some of them not even walking yet, basically crawling, could engage and crawl around. It's not, we need to actually, put a structure in there because there's sand where the proposed area is now. And we have some photos in the PowerPoint presentation that we're going to show you where exactly it's designated in, okay, I just have a few more points I'd like to point out here. In November of 2024, we had our Public Works Director, Lauren Umbertus, attend the meeting. He looked at the fall zones for the existing structures that are in that area. And so that has been taken into consideration. Some of the little there's a small bench that has to be moved from there to accommodate this and a little acorn, and that could be done fairly easily. So at this point, I think, why don't we have the slides so you can see the exact area we're talking about? So it's the area it's okay. Okay, that's designated. And then I'm going to turn this over to Lauren, who's going to just give you more information on the other details of the project.
Thank you, Maria. Good evening, Mayor Blash and council members. The idea behind the tot lot was to, as Maria pointed out, to create a kind of a safe enclosure for children. One of the options that was presented to us was to create and place a kind of a grassy and artificial surface in that area to make it better for children to crawl on, so they wouldn't eat sand and it would be easier to clean. And so we have a couple pictures. The picture on the left shows the approximate location that was discussed at the Park and Rec meeting. The idea of that location is it's close to the pathway that already exists in the park. It's close to the ramp. It would have a fence on there. The picture on the right is something that I generated using AI. So it's just for kind of a concept of the size. It will have a fence. It will have a gate. But the intention of it is to be kind of a safe spot for children to play in. We've taken a look at the area around. We believe that this is a feasible location given fall zones for play equipment, things like that. Currently, there isn't any play structure envisioned inside of the structure. There will be some toys that people can bring over. But once you add an actual play structure into that area, you have to designate fall zones and it becomes a much larger area. So right now, this is the concept. We've reviewed this with Raphael, who was the proponent. This seems to be a good spot. There are some reasons, if you can go to the next page, please. There are some reasons about having this at this particular location. It's easy for parents to be with their children, to be looking out over the rest of the park, so that if they have an older child playing on one of the structures, you're still relatively close by. We also let's see. I have taken this concept out to a couple of contractors and just asked them, in general, what do you think that this would cost, given some of the information that we have and the size? And so right now, we're currently looking at about anywhere from between $9,000 and say $12,000. The project is intended to be fully funded by the community, by the public, with basically staff input and coordination. So we haven't quite finished all of the details yet on exactly how it will be. We'll get further information on that, but the idea is to come before the council and the community, get some buy-off on what we're trying to do here. As I mentioned to a few folks, there are two ways to do projects. You can, fully design things and get all the details and then come and present, and then you find out that maybe people don't like that idea. Or we can come up with a concept, engage the community, bring it before the council, see what you think, and then we can move from there. Obviously, this isn't something that we had budgeted within the original budget, and that's partly because it's not being funded by the town. But we wanted to make sure that this came before you so you had an opportunity to give us some feedback on this. So that is basically the presentation. I do believe we have some community representatives that can talk about how this concept came to be, and certainly we're available to answer any other questions on the item itself.
Thank you so much.
Town Manager April
Mayor,
Tree.
if I may suggest, you might want to take the proponent's comments as part of the public comment.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we'll start with questions from council members. I'm going to go with Councilmember Hellman first.
Thank you so much. Dimensions, is this like 6 or 7 square feet, or could you give a sense of?
The original concept is for about 10 by 12 feet.
Oh, okay. It's decent size. Okay. And you said that's going to be like AstroTurf. Yeah.
Currently, that's the concept, is some kind of AstroTurf or something along those lines that is easy for the children to, crawl on. Because it doesn't have any structures, it doesn't necessarily need to have the fall protection as deep as you might have underneath another structure. But that's the idea, is to use something along those lines. There have been concerns raised about, the heat or the environmental factors of these types of materials. So we'll take that into consideration when we're trying to find them. Many new playgrounds you'll see has that resilient surfacing, which is kind of like the little rubber pebbles. That can get extremely hot. I think that the grass, as we're looking at it, may be less hot than that. But certainly I've walked on plenty of beaches on sand where it also gets very hot.
Sure.
So that's one thing that we're trying to take into consideration here.
And how high is the perimeter of the border?
Right now, the fence is envisioned at approximately 3 feet high.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Kohler?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about the artificial turf. We know that, without any structures in there, I'm not as worried. But we know that there's microplastics associated with artificial turf. We know that sand is not good because that becomes a cat area. And also kids would be eating sand even if there weren't cats pooping in there. But have we looked at, or do we plan to look at other things like even sod put in that could be replaced every now and then so that it would be, without the artificial turf?
We could certainly look at that. And I know that that's a big concern. I know that the whole idea of artificial turf and artificial soccer fields and baseball fields has been an ongoing issue. I know that there have been lots of improvements in those products over the course of years, but we'll certainly take that into consideration and try to find the best surface.
Other questions? And I was wondering if, Maria, if you could just tell us really briefly what park is and what the charge of park is.
So PARC stands for the Parks and Recreation Commission. It's a group that meets, it's one of the town's boards and commissions. They meet on the second Monday of the month, and we actually have an opening on PARC. Currently, if anyone in the audience is interested in applying, you can go to our website.
Thank you. Okay, so at this point, we are going to move to public comment, and I believe the proponent is also possibly going to make a comment. So if you'd like to make a comment about the tot lot, please come up and get ready to go.
I hope I can speak without being interrupted. My name is Todd Greenberg. I live in downtown Fairfax. I wasn't going to comment on this until somebody pointed out that it's $9,000 to $11,000, which I guess if somebody's paying for it privately, it's not a concern. But if there's public money and there's public time and employees spending their time and we're spending money while people are addressing this. So I have a concern that it seems like for a fenced off area that is 44 feet long, that $9,000 to $11,000 is a lot of money. But again, if somebody privately wants to throw their money away, that's one thing. But should we really be spending public money addressing this? And then I want to ask, if the public is involved, since it's on our calendar today, since it's an agenda item, is the town in charge of who the contractor is? Because I bet you I could do it for a lot less, or one of my friends could do it for a lot less. And I want to know further, could I have a contractor's license and create a new DBA and in 3 months be awarded this contract, just like Park Road? I'm just wondering why this, if it's a private expenditure, why we're addressing it with public funds and what the protocols are. Because it seems like there's some inconsistencies here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, I'm Chris Arnold, a member of the Park Commission. I just wanted to stand up here and as a proponent of this tot lot. I'm a father of two. My youngest is 9 months old, and we're looking for a place to have him crawl around and play while the older one goes and climbs on the beautiful play structures that we have. So it's a small area. We just need a little bit of help from town staff to make it go through. We're going to privately fundraise for it. It's not going to be by one person. It'll be by the community that uses that park, and I strongly suggest that you guys support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Pamela Meggs, 310 Cypress Drive, since 1987. I'm kind of shocked to hear you all talking about artificial turf in Fairfax. This is not Fairfax to do plastic with our babies. I'm a grandmother, and I was a good friend of Judy Shriedman before she died of cancer, and she made an article up for an op piece in the IJ. I would ask you all read it, and I can send it to you all. First of all, it's not recyclable at all. So we're going to be stuck with it, or somebody's going to be stuck with it. And the cancer producing, the PFAS, are incredibly dangerous. So why would we want to put that with our kids? I would really like to know, how are you going to educate the public on this? Because I think if they know these facts, that they'll look at other options, which are out there. And anyway, that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Markville, Fairfax. But she said, astroturf for little kids, off-gassing, particles, particulate matter. You got to be kidding. And why don't you just like bring back the volunteers? They could probably knock it off for like a third of that price.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Raphael. I'm a Deer Park resident for about 5 years now. I'm the one that proposed this project. Just want to give a little context here. We did have an extensive amount of community feedback. We had over 20 results come in from our survey, both in English and Spanish, for the people that use the park. And the number one thing they want is a continuous surface that does not present a choking hazard. So something like AstroTurf or a poured rubber. There are, more environmentally friendly alternatives there. If you look at the other towns, San Anselmo just redid Lansdale. Nivens Park just opened up in Corte Madera. People are investing in specifically structures for the 3 and under. And yeah, I mean, those are all really good points about environmental concerns, other things that have been brought up, and it's just part of the milieu of the feedback that we'll have and we'll incorporate into this project. So thank you for hearing this out. I just want you to think about those kids that are under 3 and the parents so they can use Perry Park a little bit more effectively. All right, thank you, and that's all I got.
Thank you. Next.
I too am always concerned about how the town spends the money just in case we step in to fix, repair, maintain. So I went on to Home Depot website, and right now I can get a 4-foot by 100-foot 14-gauge black PVC coated welded wire fencing for $160 a roll. So add a couple poles and a gate, and we're still talking under $1,000. $9,000 to $12,000 is absurd. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak or anyone online?
There are 2 speakers.
Okay. Yeah, you go ahead.
All right, it'll be 20 seconds. Just a thought that comes up. It'd be great for the community to raise the 9 and 12 grand. I think it's a great project. But why don't we put it out where someone would donate it? And you can put one of the businesses in town and put a little plaque on there. I mean, they would love to see the families and so on who donated this lovely little project. So that's just a thought. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to the online.
There are 2 speakers on Zoom. The first one is Deb, followed by Megan. Deb, you are unmuted.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you, council members, for hearing me. I have no problem with carving out a little piece of the existing playground for the babies, but a synthetic turf is harmful. I'm reading this from the Sierra Club's website. They've issued a policy against the use of synthetic turf. Why? It's harmful, especially to aquatic organisms, which this playground is right next to the stream, made up of PFAs that build up in the environment. It gases off. You know, you're not supposed to touch receipts that have PFAs in them because they get into your skin and into your bloodstream. I wouldn't want my baby crawling across that stuff. It's not recyclable. It ends up in the landfills. It's plastic. It lives forever. It can kill trees when it's installed around them. Contributes to, I don't know what this really means, nature deficit disorder, a growing concern for our children. Gets hotter than asphalt on a hot day, up to 140 degrees. So I would suggest that if you want something that is something that the babies can crawl on, they won't get hurt on, put in sod, and in the budget, you know, have a maintenance, a monthly maintenance fee included with this volunteerism, and keep your baby safe. So thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Next.
The next speaker is Megan. Megan, you are unmuted.
Hi, I have a 2-year-old and a 6-year-old, and so I think it's great that we want to invest in kids that are younger, because it definitely can be difficult at the playgrounds with that age group. I just want to reiterate that like AstroTurf, in addition to sort of the environmental element, it's really hot. Like if anyone is curious how hot it is, like go to Manor on a hot day. They even have like covers that are ostensibly supposed to kind of prevent that, but like it depends what angle the sun is at, whether it does anything at all. And so putting it in like the hottest part of the park would be really challenging. If you put it like deeper back where the swings are, I know that then you'd have to like move more things around. It is shadier back there more often than it is at the front of the park. It also, from like a flow, from like a parenting perspective, makes it a little bit less sketchy than having it like right by the street, because essentially like this sounds kind of like a built-in playpen for kids under 3 to kind of like be able to contain them a little bit better so that they don't injure themselves while you're like trying to play with your older kids. But if it's like right by the street, if anything happens where like they figure out how to climb out, or then it's like their first thing is like getting into traffic, which is like not the best. So I would just suggest kind of like thinking through what the flow is and what the cost benefit is in terms of like reducing the amount of space that kids can play. If it just ends up being a space that people avoid because it's not actually serving its function, then it's not ultimately helpful. But I hope that there is a solution that solves the problem better for that age group.
Great, thank you.
There are no more speakers on Zoom.
Great. Okay, so bringing it back, comments from council members? Councilmember Kohler.
Yeah, I want to say, I think this is a great project, and I think for some folks who are concerned, children's playgrounds are very sensitive. You can't just have anybody go in there. You can't just buy something in Home Depot. And so what I'm hoping, and I can't support artificial turf, so I think a lot of folks have raised that issue, and even though it sounds simple, I think there's a better way to deal with that. The other thing I want to just mention, there was a project several years ago when we added the Bears Ears structures that started out as a volunteer project, and somebody was going to design something. It took quite a while until I finally got involved and said, why don't we buy off-the-shelf structures? And we did. And we did need a playground designer for that. It looks like because this is really kind of a playpen type thing, I just hope that we can go forth with the idea of something other than artificial turf, maybe sod that gets replaced. I think someone raised the idea of maintenance. So maybe with the money that's raised, there could be a little fund that we keep to cover that. And it's really important that we have our staff involved. These are our parks. These are for our children. We need to make sure it's done right. And I appreciate that folks came forward to park and also got Lauren involved. Maria does a great job. So I think it's a great concept. I really hope that we can work out something other than artificial turf and have someone who's very familiar with ADA issues look at the flow in the park to make sure that where we think is the best spot is the best spot. And I think it may be able to be done less expensively. And maybe we can set kind of a timeline for the fundraising so it isn't something that drags out. Because I saw our proponent has a little baby that's crawling. So we don't want to wait till that little baby is in college. Thank you very much for bringing that forward.
Councilmember Garanghelli?
Yeah. Of course, we're not going to put AstroTurf. Who would have thought of that? But either way, we heard everyone say that, and that's obvious. But I do recommend, because I had a lot of 6 kids go through that park, and we let 1-year-olds hang off a monkey bar back then. But now it sounds like you're more concerned, but back then we weren't. But I will say this. It gets hot in certain parts. Maybe looks hot where that is being proposed. And I would recommend possibly some sort of light structure over it, little lanai type thing. And so it will ease the heat, which was a concern also of many people, because whatever surface you have down there, it's going to get hot. Also, you're going to prevent a lot more, not all, but you're going to prevent some of the leaves and whatnot, debris falling from the trees. And I think it will be a lot easier to maintain and keep clean. So that's my recommendation.
Great, thank you. Are you done? Sorry. Okay, other council members, Councilmember Hellman.
Hi there. Thank you so much, Maria and Laura. Lauren, I love this concept. I really appreciate how this all came to be, that it bubbled up from the community and how you've ushered it along. I agree with my colleague, Mr. Garanghelli, that some shade would be appropriate there for sure. I don't think it needs to be expensive. And I am not on board with turf or grass. The turf is disgusting. I mean, it comes home with you, those little black pieces, and it's very, very hot. It radiates the heat. So not to mention the horrible PFAS and so forth. So, but maybe you're the expert. You can research the options. Cork could be a viable option. But yeah, I'm not in favor of either of those. We don't need muddy playgrounds for crawlers, right? And that's exactly, it'll just be a big puddle. It'll be awful. So as a mother of 3, I would have loved this. And thank you so much.
Yeah, if I may, I'm sorry, Councilmember.
Okay, go ahead.
But just to answer a couple of your questions, certainly, not having any children, if the community has some ideas about what they would like to see for the surfacing, that's why we're here. We're bringing this up as a concept. You've brought up the idea of the shade structure, and that was actually something that was brought up originally in some of our discussions. As you can imagine, creating a shade structure that can withstand winds, like we sometimes get, does add another challenge to that area, and we certainly don't want to have anything that would blow away very easily. So at this point, what we're looking at is trying to create this area. There was an acknowledgement about, creating a shades area, and that could be potentially like a phase 2.
Yeah, I was just going to say maybe a phase 2. And I don't think you'll have trouble raising 10 to 12,000. I really don't. But if you could share whatever it is, GoFundMe, I'm sure a lot of us would help get it out there.
Thank you. Councilmember Egger.
Thank you, Mayor. There was a project floated sometime back about widening the sidewalk and moving the fence back. Is this part of that project, or is that something different?
Those are separate projects, and the location of this proposed spot is far enough back away from the sidewalk. So if the sidewalk were widened, it would not be impacted by any of
Is that still an ongoing project, the widening of the sidewalk at that location, or is that up in the air?
The widening of the sidewalk is part of the Park Road storm drain and rehabilitation project. So the idea behind that project is to take storm drainage that's coming off of Frustock and Spruce, put that into pipes, but it's also to repave all of Park Road and also to widen the sidewalk. The sidewalk isn't being widened into the street; it's actually being widened into basically what is the park area.
Would it be the whole length of the sidewalk from the firehouse to the women's club, or just a little section in front of the children's area?
Currently, the idea of widening the sidewalk is from the edge of the community center to the women's club.
All the way down?
Yes.
Okay. I would agree with Councilmember Kohler that if we're going to put a surface down, it needs to be sod, not artificial turf. So, that's all.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I did want to thank all of you and the community members for bringing this forward. You know, I think investing in small children is a really important function. And I know it's going to be community members that pay for it, but, you know, I'm quite grateful that we can also contribute some by having staff work on it. I did want to ask a couple of things. It sounds like maybe part of the cost that we're talking about here is like there's mention of a path, an accessible path to the tot lot, and et cetera. So it's not just the little structure itself, right? There's making it accessible.
Correct. Well, the original concept drawings that we had and the discussions that we had with the community was, you know, to create this little area, potentially to have some type of you know, structure or a play structure within that area. The concept that was given to me to find some pricing, you know, had the preparation of the area. It adds a curb around the entire enclosure so that we can securely mount the fence. It is the purchase of the gate. Nothing is really, you know, unique or custom made. A lot of this will be off of, you know, regular purchasing. But because it is within a town park, it is on town property, there are certain requirements that we need to follow in terms of if it's over $1,500, you know, wages have to be paid at prevailing wage. We have to have bonding and insurance potentially. So that's part of the reason where, you know, the initial concept had some design, and that's where those numbers came from.
Great. Okay. And it did, you know, just kind of wondering if there's some way to do a temporary thing to make it shaded, like, you know, poles with shade sails or something, as long as they're not something kids can get tangled in. It seems like there should be some way to come up with some shade that, at least temporarily, that isn't too expensive or too wind risky. And I think somebody did ask who picks the contractor for this. Is it the town that picks the contractor, or how does the contractor get found?
So what we would do is the town would procure the contractor. So we would get enough of a design out there so that we can put this forward to different contractors who do this type of work and receive bids for it.
It would be a normal public sector bid process.
Correct.
I have a question
Great.
about that.
Councilmember Garangelli.
Why can't an option be that this is a volunteered program? Whatever happened to the volunteerism spirit of Fairfax? Maybe they don't have a plan for doing that, but why does everything have to be put out to bid when I'm sure there's a lot of volunteers in town that would like to do this?
Well, there are certain, the town attorney may be able to answer a few of these questions, but with regard to construction or activities that take place on town property that may involve, you know, town funds, there are certain rules about how the money is spent and how we are to procure for any work. So there are certain rules about, you know, if a value is over a certain amount, it has to be of a, you know, particular using prevailing wage. If there are permit requirements, things like that. So we do have to follow some of those rules.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Okay. We built Lefty Gomez Field in 3 months with about 10, 12-year-olds and their parents. Back then, we didn't have those rules. Why do we really need those rules is my question, because I find it offensive, actually.
When was that? What year was that?
Well, you asking how old I am now?
I know how old you are.
I was a third graduating class of White Hill School. So however long ago that was.
Yeah. No, there is public contract code provisions that we have to comply with.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
No, I'm
let's-
sorry. It's very difficult to do a volunteer project
Right,
anymore.
right. Thank you. Okay.
I'd sure like to change that somehow at this council level.
Great. Well, can we kind of cut it down a little? So we can discuss that at some other time, but I think we do have to follow state laws. Okay. Now, this is not well, it is an action item, right? We're going to vote on it. So let's go ahead and take a vote if somebody wants to make a motion.
I'll make a motion. I move to, is this to approve, or I move to approve the concept of the tot spot in the Perry Park?
I'll second that.
Okay, let's take a vote.
If I may, I move for an amendment to that motion. And the amendment would be to require sod rather than artificial
No,
turf.
that's not, I don't want sod. Muddy, people that crawl don't want to crawl in the mud.
Well, how about just some material that's not AstroTurf, Frank? In other words, make sure it's not AstroTurf. I think that that gives more options.
Yeah, exactly. Environmentally friendly.
So do we have?
Plus, if you do put a shade or structure over it, the grass, it will be hard.
I'm not on board with grass.
I'm just saying, but if you
We
did,
have plenty of water right now, but some of us remember the drought we were just in, and we're not doing grass. I'm
Okay,
not
do
on
we
board.
need to have an amendment, or are we going to let the group work it out themselves?
I would
I'll make
suggest
my
that we
motion
give it-
again.
Okay.
I move to approve the tot spot.
and I second it, but with the amendment that it's not AstroTurf.
Yes.
Councilmember Egger.
I had made a motion, an amendment to require sod. And let's see if there's a second to that amendment.
I'll second it.
Okay, that wasn't a friendly amendment. That amendment was not accepted by the maker of the motion.
I'm not saying it's a friendly amendment, no.
You can do, you can do a separate motion.
Okay, let's
can do a
just,
separate motion.
okay, calm down just a sec. So if we're going to take a vote, we vote on the last amendment, right, first? And the last amendment,
He can make a separate motion.
okay. Right, so what is the order in which we're voting?
You can go ahead. If he makes a separate motion, he hasn't done that.
I moved an amendment to the main motion.
No, it wasn't accepted.
Oh, there's
So
a
you-
second down there.
It wasn't accepted by the maker.
It doesn't
of the
matter if
motion.
if the maker accepts it or not. I made
Let's just vote.
made a motion for an amendment to their motion.
Just vote on it.
Well,
May
if
I
it doesn't pass,
suggest,
then
Let's
go
have
back
the
to
town
main-
manager, speak. Thank you.
if the maker does not accept the amendment, then the person trying to make an amendment needs to make a substitute motion, a completely separate.
Also move for a substitute motion then, if that's what you want.
What is your substitute motion?
That sod be the material.
Let me help you with it. Maybe that you're approving the tot spot
With
with the
sod.
provision
That'd be
of
sod.
sod.
Yes.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, let's do a vote.
Councilmember Egger.
Aye.
Councilmember Garangeli.
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler.
No.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
No.
Mayor Blash.
No.
Motion fails.
So let's make it.
Now go back to the,
I'll make a new motion to approve the tot spot as presented with the amendment of using environmentally friendly materials.
Second.
Councilmember Egger.
No.
Councilmember Garangeli.
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Okay, moving on. We are going to discuss and consider town council assignments for 2025. And who's presenting on that, please?
The
I
town,
am Mayor. Good evening, council. This is a tradition we do every year, selecting committee assignments for council members. This is a bit unusual. We have 2 new council members, so we have several seats.
No shouting from the audience, okay? We are going to have you speak on that. Let's calm down for a sec. We are on council member assignments. So, Town Clerk Foster, would you want to just talk what this is about?
Okay, yeah. Each year, the council reviews their assignments to represent the town on numerous boards and committees and joint powers authorities. There are 2 new council members seated this year, and there are several boards, committees, and joint power authority seats that are up for taking. There is no adopted policy or process around assigning council members to certain committees. So I will, at this point, turn it over to you, Mayor, to open a discussion amongst council members for which committees, joint powers authorities, and boards they would like to join.
Right, and can you, just a sec, please. So can you remind me of the order of this? Is this a normal agenda item where we ask questions of staff first and then go to the public for comment? Or do we discuss more prior to going to the public for comment?
It's your call, Mayor. We can take public comment now and then go to deliberation, or we can ask questions and then move to public comment.
I'd say we should just go to public comment now and then we will do deliberations. Thank you.
Can I just mention there's something on the list that doesn't exist under me, and that's the MCCMC City County Services Subcommittee. That committee was formed and never happened. So we never met. So let's take it off.
Okay, so let's take that off and let's go to public comment. Todd, thank you.
Hi, Todd Greenberg. I'm concerned that over the last 4 years, members of the prior town council did not properly represent Fairfax on these committees. And I'd like to point out some facts that many of the public may not be aware of. I presented on June 12th, 2024 to the Ross Valley Fire Department board and chief, and that board included Councilmember Hellman and former Councilmember Cutrano about fire safety concerns in Fairfax, and I asked them to take action to allow adequate usage of existing gas-powered garden equipment so that people could actually reduce the flammable material. But Councilwoman Hellman has done nothing about that publicly. Cutrano did nothing about that publicly. Here we are with over 1,000 structures burned, people without adequate insurance in Southern California. Don't fool yourselves. It could happen any day here, especially with the hazards that have been maintained that I've spoken about previously in downtown Fairfax that are on the agenda later. Don't fool yourself. It could happen tomorrow. It could happen tonight. Councilwoman Hellman should not be on the Ross Valley Fire Department board. Councilwoman Kohler refused to discuss fire safety at Ember Stop this year. She shooed me away when I was in the presence of Mark Brown, who heads the whole department. I don't think either of these people are representing Fairfax properly with regard to fire safety, and they should resign from these board positions. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Todd. Michael?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to see the council put forth in front of the public how the different assignments for the different committees are allotted to our council members. I do agree that Councilmember Hellman should not be on a fire board, especially when she behested from them a $6,000 donation to her anti-recall measure, which is publicly disclosed. I think that right there, that should preclude her participation. But I would like to see something, since this is very important to hear our voice out when we receive grants from TAM and different groups, that this is publicly allotted, so we don't have, just as we've seen this evening, Kohler, Lash, and Hellman dictating what we do. So please open it up for a fair allotment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak, or anyone online?
There are no speakers online.
Great. Mr. Bell, are you going to make a comment? Okay.
Hi, Mark Bell, Fairfax. I'm looking at this list, and Affordable Housing Committee, has that been disbanded? It's kind of interesting because we have several people on here who are real devotees of affordable housing. I don't know if Mayor Blash was on this previously, but it just seems odd that someone who's for affordable housing wouldn't even bother to have the committee meet. I know Mallory had said many times that they never met. So it just kind of, just a point of interest, it just makes it really odd that it's like people saying one thing, but their actions seem to be the total opposite.
Thank you. Could you turn the microphone off, please? Thanks so much.
Love to be helpful.
Great. So bringing it back to the council,
Can I ask?
I'd like to, I'm going to start with, I guess, Councilmember Kohler, then Councilmember Gearan-Gelly.
Okay, first of all, I want to clarify one thing. Mark Brown, who is the executive officer of the Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority, was here presenting some time ago, and he was followed out by Todd Greenberg and others who were very concerned about the change in our ordinance to prohibit gas-powered landscape equipment. At the time, Mark said in open session that he is supportive of electric landscape equipment, and that's what they use at Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority. So I was at Ember Stomp representing Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority. You had an opportunity to talk to Mark Brown. I would say that a couple of things. I would like to keep what I have, but also change from the Ross Valley Fire Department Board alternate to be one of the primaries on that. But otherwise, I'm fine with what I have. I believe I've represented our city quite well. Thank you.
Councilmember Gearan-Gelly.
Okay. So I'm looking at the open committees and starting with those. Personally, I would like to be, and I used to be the president of the fire board 20 years ago. I like to be on the fire board again, the Ross Valley Fire Board. So I like that position, I guess, as well. We just put together a packet, Sean Fitzgerald and I, and we're very serious about moving forward to the county and to even the state about our idea for a homeless situation. And so I'd like to be on that committee as well. If that's,
CCMC?
yes, the homeless subcommittee, it says. So that sounds like what I'm doing already.
Yeah,
Want to do, like to, and then I'm just looking at the open committees. Not worried about the other ones where you guys are already on them, but, and then I'd like to be on a committee that talks about the water policy. I think that's an important issue.
Can I interject on that?
Yes.
So I formed this committee with a few other colleagues across the county, and it hasn't met in the last year.
Did you water it down?
We provided a report, and that was our deliverable. So we haven't met. Yeah. So Yeah, we should scratch it. Thank you.
Okay. So then, I guess I would be, because I want to be, kind of spread it out a little bit like you guys have. Um, I think, where's
What about the
the
flood zone?
Mira? Oh, that's an alternate, huh?
What about the flood zone?
I'm not interested. Well, no, thank you, but no. I guess well, believe it or not, climate change, because I have ideas of what would help the climate as well. So called fire prevention, actually.
So is that the MCCMC Climate Change Committee
Well, that's
as an
just what
alternate, or?
I'm only gonna name 3, because
Okay.
I'm pretty busy.
Yeah, no, I just want to make sure that you get the ones you want, so then we write them down.
Is that the one you want? That's what she's asking.
Oh, I don't know. I'm open to either one. One says alternate and the other one's liaison, so probably up here.
So Mike, there's an MC Climate Change Committee, so that's county,
Yeah.
right? And I'm on that. But if that's something you're interested, we could certainly discuss.
So-
Or you could be an alternate to that, or there's our local climate
Right.
action committee. So
Okay. Well,
which,
I'm open, but before I go too much further, I want someone who also has no committees right now, if he wants it. I want to see what Frank wants to do as well. So that's all. I just wanted to throw out what I was interested in.
No, good, and we can come back around. This is a good start. Are you ready to go, Councilmember Hellman? Oh.
no, I'll wait
Okay.
to hear
Sorry.
Frank and others,
Okay,
yourself.
sure. I mean, I know what I would like, and maybe Councilmember Egger knows. Are you ready to go, Mr. Egger?
Yes, I'm just looking at the open committees. I'd be interested in Flood Zone 9 Advisory Board, the Open Space Committee Liaison, and the Ross Valley Paramedic Authority alternate. Those are available.
To take notes, so Flood Zone 9, Open Space Committee Liaison, and then,
Ross Valley Paramedic Authority, the alternate is an
Okay.
open spot.
okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got for Mr. Egger, Flood Zone 9, Open Space Committee, and RVPA alternate. I hope that sounds right. Okay. I mean, I can go or you can go. It's all good.
Yeah. I don't have any change, although, Frank, I know you have some ideas related to ABAG and RENA and so forth. So if you want to be ABAG delegate,
Not I,
no?
not I.
Okay. No, I don't have any changes.
Okay. So moving along, and I'm
Other than Climate Action Committee liaison, local.
you'd like to be the Climate Action
Yeah.
Committee liaison also. Okay. Anything else? Okay. So I like most of the things that I'm on. Some of them I'd be willing to give up, but somebody really wanted them. I would like to be the Transportation Authority of Marin primary because I've been the alternate and faithfully attended meetings for 2 years. I actually would like to know if we even really have an active zero waste committee. It would be great if we did, but I don't think we do.
We don't, and we do have, I am serving on the Zero Waste Marin Board, as, part of MMA. So, there's not really a need for that role at this point.
MMA's Marin managers?
Yes, that's
Is
correct.
there any requirement to have one? Like why? I haven't met with this committee since Garrett was here. So is there a requirement that we have one? Like, can we, I don't.
No, I don't believe so, but I can double check.
I
and
was on it
confirm
for
that.
like a year or two, and it was, I think it's really morphed where the county has taken this big role. They didn't have one before. So it seems like we could probably scratch it.
Yeah.
All right. And for committees for which we haven't had anybody step up, which I think there are a few, or where we haven't had somebody step up as an alternate, what's the process for that?
I'll be
Well, there-
alternate for TAM if you want. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
So there are a number of, for example, ad hoc committees that you can simply stop. There's not a requirement to keep going with those. And in fact, they should be time limited. And then if there are other openings, at this point, I think you're fine there. We can, if we have an agency, a sister agency, say, reach out and say, we need a representative to go to a meeting, then I would be able to contact the mayor and work out those details, I believe.
I
Right.
have a question.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Since we're talking about boards and committees, the last meeting, I suggested a citizens budget oversight committee. And then that's one of the ones where it kind of got shot down at council level. I'd still like to bring that back for a public to speak on, because I can't tell you how many people were upset that night that we didn't form or didn't start the process of forming a citizens budget oversight committee. So I'd like to suggest that, since we're talking about that kind of stuff, and maybe we can find a time to bring it back to talk about it with the public.
So if I could just clarify, Councilmember Garangeli, these particular assignments are only for the council members. So if you're looking for a citizens oversight committee, the process that you used before, you could potentially bring that back to say, in a future agenda item, I'd like to propose this committee, and your colleagues would then vote on it.
Okay. And then did you have more questions, Councilmember Garangeli? I'm
I
sorry.
have a couple
No,
questions.
thank you. I'm done.
Okay, Councilmember.
I'm not sure the Fairfax lumber ad hocs, that whole Spruce Street, I don't think that's active anymore.
Yeah.
It has not been active,
Yeah.
and both
Okay,
members
so
are
let's
no longer on the
let's
council.
omit that one. That's in the open committee section.
There's another one
And
that
then
I don't think exists. Go ahead.
Go
And
ahead.
then I'm not seeing, so on the open committee section, Mira alternate, but who has Mira lead?
It's the police.
Oh, okay. So we do need someone for that, right? I mean, it's not just a backup, it's,
It's myself as the lead, and the alternates were at that point, Councilmember Catrano and also Lieutenant William Cade.
okay,
But the Mirror project is near its completion, and we're probably going to be,
disbanding?
yeah, soon. But
Okay.
I do have a current alternate right now, which is Lieutenant Cade.
Okay, thank you.
I think there's another one that doesn't exist, and that is this MCCMC Joint Services Authority Oversight Committee.
I think you're correct. And, what you're seeing here is that sometimes our committees are set up and then they meet for a while and stop
They
meeting.
go away.
And
They
that's
finish.
okay. That's normal. Mhm.
But, so I think that one is scratched. And I don't remember us ever having the League of Cities alternate. Isn't that usually the vice mayor?
You could have the vice mayor. And again, this is most important when you are planning to go to the annual conference and vote on the legislative agenda for the year.
And so you could do that then rather than having to do it right now, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then, so I sit on MCE and I only missed one meeting in 11 years. So if somebody would like to be the alternate of that.
I'm fine with being the alternate unless one of my newer colleagues wants to.
Kind of a crappy time to meet. You won't like it, but
Won't like what?
MCE alternate. We go late.
Are you interested?
No, it's
it's
not
Marin
climate
Clean-
change, it's MC.
Marin Clean Energy. We're talking about Marin Clean Energy.
Clean energy.
That's what MCE stands
Yeah.
for.
No, I'm okay on that.
Okay, so what? Frank, did you want that? Okay, so Stephanie, and then, okay, and then I'm gonna wrestle Mike Iangelli, Councilmember Iangelli to the ground, because I would like to be the fire board primary. I've been the alternate for years. Would you consider being the alternate?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so that's moving along. Did we have an issue with the Climate Action Committee liaison? I thought that both Mr. Garangilli and Ms. Hellman expressed interest, but I'm not sure. Climate Action Committee liaison for the local Climate Action Committee, was that something you were interested in or not?
Well, I think there's also Vice Mayor Hellman suggested that if you'd like to be on the Climate Change Committee for MCCMC, she would give that up instead.
Then not do the local.
Yeah, what do you think?
I can do that.
Okay, okay, so Michael take the MCCMC climate change.
Right.
And then what else do we have? I don't, there's a committee that I think met once, the Community Emergency Preparedness Committee Liaison.
Yeah.
And I think we need to talk about having that committee in the future, maybe at the retreat. Because when I was mayor, every time I've been mayor, I've convened the Citizens Disaster Council. And one of the things I did a few years ago is put the vice mayor on for the idea of continuity. It didn't used to have that. And I think Mayor Blash is really interested in convening the disaster committee and doing maybe different than the way I did it, which was very focused on certain things rather than a very broad thing. So I guess we can talk about that one at a later time. But I think other than the JIPA, alternate for JIPA.
Yes, and for JIPA, the town managers also attend and are able to vote. So I have filled in there in the past.
So we don't need to bother with that one.
Yeah, I think that's okay.
Okay. And
So do we want to review all these for Christine?
I took pretty good notes. You want me to try it?
You go ahead and try, and I will.
Can you
fill in.
do it by like person?
Yeah.
Yes, by person.
So the thing I have is Mayor Blash being the primary on TAM. For Vice Mayor Hellman, we're taking off MC Climate Change Committee, and she's picking up TAM alternate. For Barbara Kohler, oh, I'm sorry. What else?
Hellman is Climate Action Committee liaison.
Oh, yeah,
TAM alternate
I got that.
and MCE alternate.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
And then we're
And the MCCMC climate alternate.
sure. And that
On the Citizens Disaster Council for Fairfax.
That is convened by the mayor, and it's the vice mayor and the mayor.
It's just for Fairfax or?
It's just for Fairfax.
and then we're omitting Zero Waste Committee.
Right.
Yes, and I believe Councilmember Kohler also mentioned the MCCMC Water Policy Ad Hoc Committee.
That's correct. I did, yeah.
And
she did.
also Fairfax Lumber, MCCMC Joint
Well, wait a
Services
minute, we're
Authority.
not there yet.
Well, she's just talking about omissions, but yeah,
Yeah.
for
But
the
let's-
Hellman section,
Let's just go through the Hellman section, then go through the Kohler section.
Okay,
So the Kohler section is just a primary on Ross Valley Fire Board.
correct.
And then on open committees, we already have Stephanie as the Climate Action Committee liaison. Flood Zone 9 Advisory Board, Egger. We're deleting the Lumber Ad Hoc Committee. We're deleting the League of California Cities. The MCE alternate is Steph, or I'm sorry.
that's fine.
Vice Mayor Hellman. The Climate Change Committee alternate for MCCMC, we don't need one. We don't, or did
Vice
you
Mayor
want-
Hellman said she would take that seat.
Okay, Okay, got that. And then we deleted the MCCMC Joint Services Oversight Committee.
Correct.
The homeless subcommittee for MCCMC, Mike's on that.
Correct.
Is it okay if I call you by your first name?
But,
Okay.
but wasn't, so Chance and Liesel was on that before, so you're staying on that, Liesel?
Yeah, yes,
Okay,
the two
okay,
of us.
okay.
Yeah, we're just talking about the new stuff. And then mirror alternate, that's already taken care of by police, so we don't need that.
Correct.
Frank on the Open Space Committee liaison.
Correct.
Ross Valley Fire Department Board alternate is Mike. Paramedic Authority alternate is Frank.
Correct.
TAM alternate is Stephanie. Safe Routes to School Task Force alternate, we don't have one. And then Mike is the Ross Valley Fire District alternate.
Correct.
Do we have it? We got it.
Frank, we good?
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
great. Thank you. Good discussion. Okay, so we are moving on. And this is not a voted on item, it's just a negotiated item. Am I correct? Okay, so moving on. We are moving on to the update and action on vacancy of elected town clerk and town treasurer positions. Let's hear what the staff has to say.
Thank you, Mayor. And so the way that we're going to proceed through this is that I'll go through the slides, which actually Christine put together. So I really appreciate that. And then we have the town attorney here for questions, or she may want to add information in. And Christine is running the slides as well. So thank you. If you can go to the next slide, please. As you know, we have an elected town clerk and we have an elected treasurer. And it just so happens that the town clerk submitted her resignation for the elected position December 11th. And then the town treasurer, in a separate action, submitted her resignation, retirement December 23rd. So at this point, the town council needs to decide which action they want to do to fill those positions. Both of their terms end December 2026. So if they had not resigned, they would be serving through that date and they would be potentially running in November 2026. There is a California legal requirement that the town either appoint or schedule a special election within 60 days of a town treasurer or town clerk resignation. So, and incidentally, it's effective the minute they give it to us. So it cannot be delayed. Next slide, please. So just to remind you about these two elected positions, the town clerk is a ceremonial role. It has no salary. It has no benefits. It has no job description for the elected position. And the duties, which are more technical, much more technical in nature, making sure there's compliance with election rules and records, retention, those kinds of things are all handled at the staff level as they are with the other jurisdictions that have an elected clerk. And then the town treasurer is a ceremonial role, and in the Fairfax Code, it talks about them doing a very limited role. Really, they may make reports to the council quarterly, and there is a stipend of $300 a month for that role, if that person is elected or appointed. Next slide, please. So again, back to the options for filling vacancies. If you, as a council, choose the appointment route, then we prepared a draft application, which you may want to use, or if you have input on that, we would like to have it today. But the idea is that people who are interested in in being appointed to these elected roles would give you some information about themselves and their interest. And then we would schedule interviews for the February 5th meeting so that we would meet that 60-day requirement. For an appointment, there's really no cost, and we can keep those positions filled in a pretty timely manner. On the other hand, you may choose to do a special election. And we went first to the county election staff and then went to the town attorney and the town attorney's specialized attorneys who were, at this point pretty familiar with, who know exactly how each type of election can be conducted. There is a difference that I want to point out, which is that if you remember back to 2015, when there was an opening on the council and there was an appointment, there was an option to do mail only or mail and in-person special election. The California code does not give that mail only provision for treasurers and clerks. It's only for council members. So that is why the November 4th, 2025 is the only special election option for these two positions. That cost is pretty significant. It could be, just under $60,000. And so that has a higher cost. It also has a delay because the California law does not allow you to appoint in the interim. So if you choose the special election route, then those elected offices are open until November 2025. And then those people, if they want to run again, when the term is up, the term is up in 2026. So that would be a 1-year special election. And then the next slide, please. If you choose the appointment route, then we could open a application process pretty much immediately. We have included draft applications in the packet, so you can take a look at them and give us your input tonight. And then we would suggest that you do interviews and selection on the same day, February 5th, which is a regular meeting. If you choose a special election, then you can vote on that now or November 5th, but not after that. You need to make that determination. But if you don't act until November 5th, then you're choosing special election by default. So with that,
I thought you said there's a 60-day clock, that we have to make a decision on if we're doing a special election within the 60 days. You
Yeah.
just said that if you don't act, I'm confused. Sorry to interrupt you.
Your default to an election, to a special election. Yeah, the county will hold it for you.
Do you have to, if you did the appointment route, you have to do something within 60 days?
Yes.
Appoint somebody? And how many days are we into this?
February 5th would be 60 days from when Town Clerk Gardner submitted her resignation.
and you have two, and they're, within a couple weeks of each other. So in my mind, there's no good reason to do one and then another.
One bind is that we're just talking about this now. It gives us very little time to
Right.
do this. because of the 60 days. If we had talked about this
Can,
at least a meeting ago, would have been, huh?
Unfortunately, we did not have an option to talk about this
So it's not s-
earlier.
Okay, so it's not 60 days then.
Yes, it
That's not
is.
60 days.
So we received resignation December 11th. The only meeting before this was the December 18th special meeting, which was only a continuation of the regular, of all the items that you didn't get to at 1:30 a.m. on the December 4th meeting.
That seems odd. I mean, this whole 60-day thing, it's very confusing when
Well, that's state law.
we can't even put, it seems like we're running behind schedule, that's all.
are there other
Thanks.
questions? Oh, sorry.
So what is the term if you go the appointment route? This is.
So they would be appointed through the 2026 election.
There would be an election in 26. Yeah, so you're filling out the rest of the term, which is a little less than 2 years.
Got it.
Any other questions? Are you done with your presentation?
If I may, I am done, but I just wanted to kind of address Mike's concern. So in an ideal world, we would have received, say, these resignations, today. And so we would have 60 days from a meeting and we would, I would come to you and say, we've just received this, but we can't control when people need to retire from their CalPERS in one case, or, need to make those decisions. And once they, yes,
Yes.
I understand your concern and we definitely check that as well.
Okay. If there are no other questions, I'm sorry, I missed you, Mr. Hager.
Thank you, Mayor. So on the issue of town clerk, as far as no job description, the town code sets forth duties of a town clerk. It's very specific in the town code. The stipend was removed from the town clerk position to make it undesirable. And then the town council placed Measure H on the ballot, and the Fairfax voters voted 2-1 to oppose the Fairfax Town Council majority's recommendation ballot. So we're back to square one. Currently, the qualifications for town council, for a vacancy, filling a vacancy on a town council, town clerk, and town treasurer are the same. 18 years old and a Fairfax registered voter. So how do we get around appointing someone who's not a registered voter to either town clerk or deputy town clerk or a treasurer position?
We don't. What are you talking about? You have to put in that place an appointed person who is a registered voter in this town.
Okay, but for deputy town clerk, it doesn't have to meet
That's
that
an employee
qualification.
position. It's not an elected position.
When did it become an appointed position?
It's an employee position.
Employee
It's not
position.
an elected position.
Oh, you're trying to bypass the state law, is what you're trying to do.
Not at all,
No, we're not
Frank.
going to
I
be
never do that.
making these. Can you
Thank you.
explain a little bit? I mean, I think for some people it is confusing that we have staff positions as well as elected positions. Could we clarify a little bit about the town clerk positions?
Yeah. So let me try to explain. I know it is confusing because in the past they have been the same person at times, but for example, the same thing occurs in San Anselmo. So there are paid staff who are they've received training, they have job experience, they are responsible for making sure that we are following those laws and we're not creating liability. On the other hand, an elected position, they're voted in by the people and they can be recalled or they can be, someone else can be voted in. That's the only criteria on which they become elected. So for Michelle Gardner, she was hired as a staff person. She was not the elected clerk. But when the elected clerk moved or moved on, I'm not sure which, the council her. And then in the next cycle, she ran unopposed with no statement, as have the elected clerks and I believe treasurers for many cycles in Fairfax.
And even if Michelle had not won the election, right, she'd still have kept her paid position. She just wouldn't have been the elected clerk.
That's absolutely right.
A question I may, do you have a written opinion that says that deputy town clerk does not have to be a registered voter of Fairfax?
It's an elected position. It's not.
They're talking about the deputy town.
The clerk position is elected. The
Right.
deputy is not elected. The deputy is an employee.
So the deputy town clerk does not have to meet the same qualifications as a town clerk.
Correct.
Do you have
because
that
the
in writing, please? Can I get it in writing?
Because the qualifications are that you have to be able to run for office.
Please, I'd like to see
So-
that in writing.
I can write you an opinion if you'd like that. Frank, that will
Thank
cost
you.
some
Thank you.
money, but I'm assuming that's okay for you. Is that right? You want me to do that?
Well, you're the town attorney, and I think you're giving us wrong information. That's what I think.
I'm not. It's very basic and fundamental. And I will be happy to write down that for an elected position, the criteria is you have to live in town, you have to be a registered voter, you have to be 18 years old.
Okay.
Those are all in state law. I'll be happy to write
We
those.
know all that. How do you make the deputy clerk not a registered voter?
The deputy clerk is an employee, not elected.
You created that position, right? Who created the position?
The council.
I'm sorry. Can I kind of back up a little bit?
I tried to get technical on you, but I just trying to follow the law.
Town manager speak a little bit.
So all of the paid staff positions in the town, all of the job descriptions and salary ranges are reviewed and approved at one time or another by the council. So they are then there. So for example, recently, last year when we were doing the budget, then we had a salary schedule shown in the budget. And then we completed the negotiations with the various labor unions and the management employees, and then adopted those agreements, or in the case of management, it's not an agreement, but it is a council resolution. And then re-adopted the salary schedule so that it's very clear what those salaries are that go with those established job descriptions. All of the job descriptions are on our website, as is the salary schedule. And so the differentiation between the deputy and the elected clerk, one way that you can think about it is that the deputy is an employee paid position. They are the town, and they are subject to all of the employment law that we know about and that we want to make sure we don't create liability. One way that you can create liability is by requiring a staff person to live in a specific place. So we cannot do that.
The League of California Cities has a program to qualify town clerks for that position. Do we know when the last person was qualified as a town clerk?
Are you talking about the Master City Clerk program?
Has our town clerks gone through that?
Is that what you're talking about? I think you're talking about the Master City Clerk program. Is that right?
It's a requirement, isn't it?
No,
You don't have to
no,
be qualified to be a town clerk.
no.
Mhm.
Are there more questions? Anybody on the dais have another question before we move to public comment? And
I do
go ahead.
actually have a question. On the appointed or elected, the town clerk that has to live in town, you're saying there's, I think Frank might have been asking, there's no training for those folks?
No,
None.
none.
Do us town council members have any kind of training?
You don't have to.
Yes, but we
It's
have.
optional?
I see evidence of that every day, that we have different levels of understanding in a council members. Sure.
Right, but I mean, there's courses where
You can
that you said are required to
yes.
take. I'm surprised that there's not courses a town clerk has to take an
No,
elected.
no, the Master City Clerk program gives you a certificate and it's voluntary. You don't have to do it to be a clerk. You don't have to do it to be an elected clerk. You don't have to do it to be an employee as a deputy clerk.
I guess I'm also saying that I don't think we should go under the assumption that the town clerk, when we get to the elected town clerk, or even the appointed one, which that's what we're here trying to decide which way we're going to do it, appoint or wait and vote on it.
Well,
We have to think that they're going to be able to be trained, to be able to do some level of that job.
Well, let me
Because-
explain something, because I think
That's what used to
the
happen.
confusion, we're using similar words to mean different things, I think. So let's think about this. There's an elected position. There's a term of 4 years on that elected position, right? And so Michelle Gardner was that elected clerk. All right. She was also an employee for part of that time, but she resigned her employee position. So she held two separate positions. The elected position with that term of 4 years, she's now resigned. She ran in 22, was elected again in 22, and would serve until 26, right? But she resigned in 24. So she resigned at the little over halfway point of her term. So we have left 2 years on that term that we need to appoint somebody to, and they must have the same qualifications as anybody who would run for that office.
And it's a different job than the job that Ms. Foster
yes, it
is serving.
Yes, it is.
It is very distinct and different. In
Yes,
fact,
it
there is no job description really for this open role, right?
Right.
No job description.
Right.
That's correct.
Well, that's not just Fairfax, though. That's the state, correct?
Right. Yes.
It's very bizarre, and I'm not defending it. It's beyond comprehensive, really.
Let me give you an example from another city.
Can I just mention something? So in the staff report, it talks about everywhere in Marin has gone to a professional town clerk, with the exception of San Anselmo, Fairfax, and San Rafael. Also, many of us sit on other boards. The clerks are not elected, they're professional staff. Even Judy Anderson, who was here before Michelle Gardner, was in a paid professional position as well as being the elected town clerk. And I think it's confusing because we tend to confuse, we mix them up together because it's the same person. And so, as you said, when I first started on the council, Michelle had started maybe a month or two before me. She was not the elected town clerk at the time. She was hired in as a deputy town clerk to do the professional work, and then she ultimately ran for the position. Yeah, it
Right.
worked out.
Right. And if I may just address a little bit more of, I think, the confusion, Mike. Today, the decision between appointment and election is only for that elected
Right.
position.
I'm ready to vote on those two options. Let's do it.
Okay, so we're we need to do public comment. So are there more questions? But I want to make sure council members got their questions answered. Is that it? Okay. So I'd like to move us to public comment, and then we will deliberate and take a vote. Thank you. Uh-oh, here comes Yuri. He wins.
One question. Where is it that says that if you're an employee of a place, you have to actually live in the place that you're an employee of? Where does that rule come from? That's nonsense. If I'm an employee, I can work the job and I don't have to actually live in the place that I'm an employee of. Doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so I think we can't do back and forth, but we can address that in that question in deliberation. So thank you for that. Go ahead, Todd.
Hi, Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. I beg exception with what I believe is a erroneous staff report compiled by town manager Heather Abrams and Janet Colson, our attorney. I want to read to you from the section that just a few excerpts from the section of the code that is utilized, the California Code 36512, which supposedly mandates how we are to behave and handle this decision. Talks about city council members, city council member, city council member, city council member. Fill a vacancy on the city council. Fill a city council vacancy and the office of the mayor. It says nothing about filling other elected position vacancies. Now, maybe there's something beyond what I read in the complete code section cited that influences this, but it says nothing about the elected town treasurer or an elected town clerk. So I think further research needs to be done on what governs this decision. Next, it says on page 1, under special election option, the only established election date in 2025 is the second Tuesday in November. That's false. If you go to Marin County's elections page, there's an upcoming special election that is, let me get to it right here. Marin County, there's 2 of them actually. Alta Vista Permanent Road Division election on March 4th, and City of Larkspur has a special election on March 4th. So I think there needs to be discussion about how a special election might be called. I could go on if you wanted to learn more.
Thank
I have
you.
done homework on this.
Thanks.
But you don't want to learn more.
Well, you can share it with us. Thank you.
Hello, council. I also want to support that I think your town council and possibly town manager are giving you false information that misleads you down a false path. I also asked AI and I said, shall a deputy town clerk be overseen by an elected town clerk? And it came back that yes, a deputy town clerk position is usually overseen by the elected town clerk. So we need a town clerk. Our voters voted 2-1 that we want this position. The reason we have an elected position, it's our only check and balance. We have a clerk and we have the council. The town manager is just an employed person that will go to the highest paying job. But of our people in the community, the clerk holds the keys to really say what is correct and to make sure we follow the law, independent of all the discussions and input. These are the rules. The reason that some people want to get rid of the town clerk is to consolidate that power and extinguish the voice of the public. We need an elected position. We should hold an election for that position. And I think the council should represent the community that spoke 2-1. We want an election for this position. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to repeat that we want to not malign the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public. Although
You're going to read the whole paragraph? I'll go back and stand over there.
no, we're going to let you get started. Go ahead.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. It was stated that this item couldn't have been added to the second December meeting. That's totally false. It was a special meeting. as long as items are put on there at least 24 hours in advance, it's totally legal. So why is it now being presented as, oh, it's a last minute item and we have no time to deal with anything? I found that quite suspect. This is a typical action of this three-fifths and the previous town council's last minute decisions. The Park Aid grant, for example, that was done hours before the grant was going to expire, even though the grant had been good for 7 years. Wasn't there a couple of others, like one about a year and a half ago? And wasn't the one about Park Road repair, wasn't that something that all of a sudden we had to do immediately because we were going to lose a grant? Really? Is that going to be continuing? This type of timing where, oh, all of a sudden we have to act without being able to reflect and research? And if it's a town law about this residency requirement, I recall there being a town council meeting which removed the residency requirement. I don't recall it being stated that it was being removed because of a state law. It was being removed because it diminished the possibility of your employment pool of who you're searching for candidates. So it seems to me, which is it? Seems to me that a lot of laws that get stated here that don't exist, and there's proof of that.
Thank you. Next, please.
Kathy Flores, Fairfax. I'd like to stand by what Mike McIntosh said. I mean, totally, that's sort of what I wanted to say. I thought we had voted down Measure H in November, so I'm not sure why this is even up for discussion. And my other thought was, Michelle, she retired December 13th, 2023. No, 2023 from the paid position. Then she answered a few emails till about February. And then from February till December 11th, she's incognito. There's no response. So we had nobody there representing the town of Fairfax as an elected position. Why didn't we appoint someone? Because you guys all thought that you were going to pass this, and it didn't pass. Secondly, I think everyone should be a town resident. The manager, the attorney, that's another story. And everybody up there is fine. And everybody, I think it should be a Fairfax resident. So that's my two thoughts. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next, please.
Hi, Steve Anderson, Fairfax Manor. Two ceremonial positions. The choice is to appoint people or to waste $60,000 holding a special election. I think the answer is pretty obvious. I would rather that $60,000 was spent fixing roads or other infrastructure in Fairfax. If these positions were more than ceremonial, maybe discuss and debate, but it seems a waste of everyone's time here to even have this discussion.
Okay, thank you. Next, please.
Sean Fitzgerald, Fairfax Park. Just some confusion around the clerk and deputy clerk. It took a while for me to understand that too, so I'm glad Frank brought that up. But is it always called the deputy town clerk rather than just a town manager, assistant manager? Is that typical that we call the assistant manager the deputy town clerk? I'm just curious. I don't know, because that seems to be confusion. There's also a deputy town clerk analyst position that was hired. So just curious if I could understand if that's how every town calls them. And then the treasurer position, is there a detail as to what the roles and responsibilities are for the treasurer that you might be able to detail in tonight's meeting, since it's such a short order to pick that person? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone online?
There is one speaker online. Deb, you are unmuted.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you, council members, for hearing me. While we're sitting here debating this, I've looked up job description for deputy town clerk, and I've come up very quickly with 6 municipalities in California, and they all describe the job description of the deputy town clerk as assistant to the town clerk. Our town clerk is an elected position. Our town clerk needs to be a resident in order to run for the election. So this deputy town clerk, if we have no town clerk, doesn't exist according to what I've been looking at. They're assisting the town clerk in regular duties. If the town clerk happens to be absent, they act as acting town clerk. But uh, we need a town clerk. We need a town clerk to be a resident, and we need this to be an elected position. And it is not only a ceremonial position, according to everything I've been reading about job descriptions in 6 other municipalities in California. So listen to the people. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. So we're going to draw it back here.
Question.
I see Mr. Garanghelli and Ms. Kohler. I'll start with you and then I'll move on to you if that's okay. And then I'll
Okay, so
gotta stop.
I don't know where we're going to go with this, but I'm more supportive of appointing. I don't think we should waste $60,000. But I just want to make a couple of comments if we go that route, and that is the attachment that says council adopted process for interviews and selection. That was for council members. That's just an example. That needs to be amended to be specific for these positions, should we go that route. And I would make one change to the application for the town clerk. The town treasurer has some bullets about, what are examples of your kind of experience in finance. The town clerk really doesn't have anything, and I understand that's because there's nothing specific on that. But I think I would add a bullet that says, what kind of experience do you have that you think would be useful for the town clerk position? And what I would suggest, if we go this route, and I hope we do, is that there's a period in the interview process where somebody gives a little spiel. And I would have them really cover those points, those bullet points in the application. They can prepare for that and have a few minutes for that. But it seems like, I understand these positions are largely ceremonial, but I would like to be able to make a more informed decision rather than someone saying, well, I live in Fairfax and I like Fairfax. I'd like to hear a little bit more about their viewpoints. So I'm supportive of going through the appointment process with the idea that in 2026, people would have to run for those positions. Mike, sorry for stepping.
No problem. Well, first of all, I want to acknowledge the fact that when we talk about positions and personnel and all that, it could seem like we're disparaging others, but sometimes we're actually not. And so, Christine, you're doing a good job. This is not about how you're doing. This is town voted 2-1 to have a town clerk elected position. I do have to say, hearing all the evidence, I like to listen to everybody. The timing does seem pretty amazing how we couldn't find out earlier. It's almost like it was planned, to be honest with you. Sorry, I'm not accusing anybody, but that's what I think. And also, why can't this election be on March 4th?
Elections Code, Section 1500, talks about mail ballot elections, mail only, mail only elections, not with a polling place, and says when you can have them. But Elections Code 4000 to 4004, I believe it is, I put it in the staff report, says what you can have on those elections. And while there's a whole list there, the election of a town clerk and/or a town treasurer is not listed there. And it is the opinion of our elections expert from Best and Krieger that you cannot have a mail-only ballot election for a clerk or treasurer position. And that next year, your only choice for an election is November in 25, and that is one that has both mail ballots as well as polling places, very much like the one we just had.
So March 4th is a mail-in ballot only?
There are 2 mail-in ballot only days, and that's in May and August, I believe.
If I may add, I did ask the question, I'm sure it was annoying, but I asked the question, what if we did that and it was challenged? And the answer was, we would have wasted all of that money for a special election, and we would still then have to go for the November 2025. So that didn't seem terribly attractive.
That's it for me for right now.
Okay.
I just
Ms.
want
Hellman?
to, I want to play back my understanding because I still think a lot of questions are out there based on the comments and questions we heard. So I'm just going to play back what my understanding is, if you could say yes or no. So we have a deputy town clerk, and that is Christine Foster, and she is on staff with the town of Fairfax. And there is a job description for that role. And she is paid, and she does not live in Fairfax. She's not required to live in Fairfax. None of our staff is required to live in Fairfax. I think 20% of our staff, I think we have, 40 staff members? I think somewhere in the neighborhood of 20% of our staff live locally in Fairfax. The election that took place, Measure H, was it? This past November, nothing's changing with the outcome of that election. This position, the town clerk position, stays elected. It just so happens, and there's conspiracy theories, I suppose, it just so happens that that position vacated post-election, and we are presented with the circumstance of what do we do to fill this position, which is required by the state. It has no job description. That's not the town's accountability. That is the state requires us to have this. If you want to call it ceremonial or not, it's a role that we have to have. There is no job description for it. It is unpaid. And the people have voted that it's an elected position, but it's been vacated, and we have to fill it in 60 days from the date it's been vacated. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So here we are with that decision before us. And is there any job description provided by the state for the town treasurer, which is also required?
You know, there is a reporting requirement, I believe, about investments, and that is what an elected treasurer does. But other than that, no. The finance running of the town, as far as the finance concern, is done by a professional finance manager, finance director, and staff.
Right. Okay. I think that covers it. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, Ms. Jagger, did you have questions or
But
comments?
just a quick comment. The town code spells out the responsibilities of the town clerk. I'll give you the codes.
Yeah,
I'll
I'm
email all
looking
the
at it right
code
now.
sections.
I'm looking at it right now. Tell me where it is.
There are a number of them. There are a number of them in the town code. I'll email them to you though.
Okay, that'd be great. I'd love to.
Again,
take a look at
enough
it.
with the disrespect.
Thank you.
Okay, so, all right. Are there other comments or questions about what we're doing here? Because I'll make some if nobody else has any. Okay, so I'm just going to say something really quick. So yeah, I am, aware that the people of Fairfax voted to have an elected clerk, not an appointed clerk. That clerk had Michelle Gardner stayed in her elected position, the elections would have started in November 2026. So this just doesn't seem that different to me than what happens when we have council members. Yeah, we'd prefer to have elected council members, but when somebody steps out, often town councils choose to appoint someone rather than elect someone because they don't want to spend a bunch of money and have it drag on forever. So it just doesn't seem that different. This person, if they were appointed, would be in office for a short time, and then they would, have to run for election if they wanted to keep doing it, or that, other people could run for it. So I don't, see it as that big a deal. If we tried to have them elected, we'd spend a chunk of change, and we'd also have to wait, and then they'd have to go through the whole process of running again in basically less than a year. So that seems strange to me. So that's just my thoughts on that. But I do understand that it is also very confusing to people, because it was when I first started, paying attention to council meetings, that we have, these two appointed or two hired clerk positions to take on all the work that is required for this very complicated position, as well as an elected clerk. And the fact that one of the hired clerks was also an elected clerk completely boggled my mind for a while, but it is what it is. So we're at this point now where we basically need to vote on whether or not we want to go through a process of appointing someone to fill this interim period before there's an election for a town clerk and a town treasurer, or whether we want to go for a special election in November 2025.
I'll make a motion that we fill the vacancies of the elected town clerk and elected town treasurer positions by appointment, and then authorize staff to proceed with the process, which is the appointment process.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
So that's Kohler and Hellman.
Councilmember Egger.
Aye.
Councilmember Garangeli. Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes.
Motion passes.
And could I just request that the suggested changes I made get taken up as we proceed? Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Great. I'm wondering if we could take a 5-minute break, like a bio break. Thank you. So we'll be back here at 9 o'clock.
Before we take that break, is it consent next?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay, well, I'm sorry, that's all for now.
Okay, it's been well more than 5 minutes. I know people have to use the restroom and are enjoying chatting, but I think we need to get the meeting going. So if people wouldn't mind coming back and sitting down in their chairs, and if the council members could come back up to the dais, it would be lovely. Cheerful. Okay, so thank you. We're moving on to the consent calendar. I'll just read a little bit about the consent calendar here. The council may approve the entire consent calendar with one action or vote. In the alternative, items on the consent calendar may be removed by any town council or staff member for separate discussion and vote. Public comment for items on the consent calendar happens once rather than after each individual item. During the public comment period on consent items, speakers may comment on any items from this section of the agenda. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes and only speak once. Ms. Kohler.
I don't want to pull it, but I'd like to do a separate vote on item J, which is waive second reading on the anti-camping ordinance. So I'd like to just do a separate vote, not pull it. So leave it on consent, but a separate vote. Thank you.
Okay, does anybody have any issue with that?
I don't understand what the difference is.
The
Do you
difference is
take-
it's
do you
still
take-
part of consent.
I'm not challenging. I'm simply asking, what does it mean? So do you take public comment?
It's part of consent.
It's
but go
part of
ahead.
consent, so public comment comes at the beginning for the entire consent calendar. And then once that's done, you can split off items to take the vote separately in case people want to vote differently.
Got it.
Right.
There's no separate deliberation. There's no separate public comment. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to assume we're doing that unless anybody has an objection. For J.
I want to do something similar for G, for the short-term rentals.
Okay, so that's going to be a separate vote. It's not pulling it. It's just being taken off of the calendar, so it's a separate vote.
That's right.
Okay. Does anybody have an objection to that? Okay. Do I have a motion on the consent calendar?
Whoa, excuse me.
You have to do public comment.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Frank, yeah, I'm sorry, I missed you. Go ahead.
So we've got item A, financial statement. I'd like to discuss that. Item B is the minutes. Councilmember Garangelli and I were not on the town council, so we should not even be voting on item B. Item D, I've got a comment to make on D and a comment to make on E. I've inspected both locations and I had a comment and question.
Okay, so,
However you want to do that, either pull it or I'll just bring it up.
okay. Let's see. I'm just going to clarify one thing about minutes. People can vote on minutes for meetings on which they were not present. Is that correct? So there's not a problem there, right?
There's not. If they want to, they don't have to, as
Okay.
long as you have a quorum to vote on it.
Okay.
Or you can send it to the next meeting.
And
So why don't we do that one as a separate vote as well? The
Okay.
minutes?
Okay, so we'll do minutes as a separate vote, so people who weren't here will feel comfortable about the vote. And again, these are not going to be separate conversations or deliberations. There's not going to be a separate vote. It's all going to be voted on at once I'm sorry, it's going to be, the comments are going to come all at once, but the council will vote on them separately. A little confusing because we haven't done it this way before, I know. All right, and then in terms of the DE and financial statements, are you suggesting that these be pulled for separate deliberation, public comment, and vote, or are you asking for something else?
Well, I just have a number of questions and comments to make about it.
Well, for consent, we don't do a separate deliberation, and we actually, usually ask questions in advance of the meeting.
Well, then I'll pull the item. I'll pull the item.
Which item did you want to pull?
Yes. Item A, pull.
Is that that's the financial statements?
Yes.
Okay.
And Mayor, just for me to, excuse me, I've been mayor 3 times. It is possible, I know Mr. Egger wants to pull item A, but as far, you are allowed to ask questions of staff on the consent rather than pulling. So for item D and E, I think he had a couple of questions
Okay,
that he
'cause-
wanted to ask, so you can
Good,
do that.
good.
You don't have to pull everything.
Okay, good. So that's a good clarification. That was not what I was led to believe last time. So if it is appropriate for Councilmember Egger to get his questions answered about these 2 items, that would be great. And do you believe your questions can be answered for the financial statement, or do you want a separate deliberation on the financial statement?
Well, I just have a number of questions. I mean, I've gone through the whole, I've spent a couple hours going through it, and I've got some questions that need to be answered. So however you want to do it. So I asked to be pulled, period. A is pulled. So I'll speak to item D. Item D is a notice of completion for 103 Roca. So I was up there looking at it, and the retaining wall is all completed, but I noticed the pavement we have not repaved the area in front of the retaining wall. It's the old pavement. Was paving the public street in front of that retaining wall? Was that part of the project or repaving?
No, I don't
not
believe
part?
so. That would have increased the cost quite a bit.
So we did not pave the street in front of the front. Okay. On the other one is Tamalpais and Berry Trail, the retaining wall. I noticed there's a telephone pole snapped off a broken, hanging down in there. Is that part of that project? Is someone supposed to pull that broken telephone pole out of there, or?
No, sir, that would be part of the utilities duties, not the town's responsibility was that the town took on was replacing that retaining wall, and that's all.
Can I mention something? Is that possible? One of the reasons why we like the idea of directors and managers of departments to be here would be that Frank's asking questions about public works. in the director's not here because he already left.
Well-
So that's one of the reasons why we like to have staff here so we can ask those types of questions.
Right.
That's
Right.
all.
And I
So
think
thank you.
traditionally, I would have taken these questions to the town manager or the public works director ahead of the meeting and asked the question. And that's usually how people handle consent. I've been told many times, like, you shouldn't be having to ask those questions. I think somebody in Corte Madera gave me a lecture about it. But, that it is also, interesting to have it here for the public to hear your questions. But I do think that to facilitate the meeting, it's a good idea to ask staff in advance. Just my personal opinion. And yeah, go ahead.
If I may, on Berry Trail, there's that pump house, I guess it's Water District's pump house that was smashed. That's not part of our project at all.
That's correct. The water district is planning the repair.
gonna
for
repair
that
that. Okay.
infrastructure that they own.
And then north of that pump station is the telephone pole that's on the ground, laying on the ground. So somebody's got to pull that. Is that PG&E going to do that?
Yeah, I will be happy to communicate with Mark Van Gorder, our liaison with PG&E, and make sure they're aware of that.
And then looking at Berry Trail, someone dug in, I don't know if they put some kind of line in it or not, but Berry Trail is a mess. Is that part of our project, or is that PG&E going to do that work?
No, it is not part of our project. It is PG&E, and I understand they are working with the residents there on that right now.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, so right now, the way it stands, we're going to take a separate vote on item J. We're going to take a separate vote on the short-term rentals item. We're going to take a separate vote on the financial.
No, Frank pulled a.
Well, on the
no,
financial,
no.
I've just got a few questions,
Okay.
if I can ask them.
Okay, so if we're not pulling it, then let me back up a minute. So from my understanding, we're going to take a separate vote on item J. We're going to take a separate vote on the short-term rentals, and we're going to take a separate vote on the minutes because 2 council members were not here during the meetings during which those minutes were taken. And then the financial statements, you did or didn't want to pull, or you just want to ask some questions?
Well, I've got some questions, so
Okay.
let's see how this goes. So I noticed for the month of November, we spent $91,298.43 on legal, 3 different law firms. And it seems that Councilmember Garangeli and I have no clue what's going on with the lawsuits. There's Best and Krieger for $23,398. There's Public Law Group for $34,545, and then there's Fox Bertram for $33,355. And I have to assume that that's having to do with the police department, but Councilmember Garangeli and I have never been updated on any of these lawsuits. So I don't know, at some point we have to know what's going on here. Is that a closed session item, or should that take place at a closed session? That litigation?
We could, or I could, I don't think it really warrants a closed session. I can give you a description of what the litigation items are.
Well, one of them, I guess, is the wall property that's being challenged, our right to purchase it.
The Lignito case.
And we're in court tomorrow?
There is a hearing, I believe, on a demur. We filed a demur.
Yeah, does the council know about this, or should we
Not
don't?
usually. When we have a result, then that is reported to you. I don't need
no.
I don't need a decision. It's not a decision point. I don't need something, any kind of decision from the council right now on that. And that's being handled by litigators at Best and Krieger, yes.
In the past, we're used to having all the council members in a closed door session going over lawsuits, and so we kind of knew what was going on. So I'd like to do that in the future.
I'm happy to bring you up to speed on what the different litigation is, but I don't have any ask from you. And usually when we go into closed session, it's because I need all of you together to give an answer to a request. Do you want to do this? Do you want to do that?
Sure.
So-
I don't think it always has to be an ask. I think it just
Direction.
has to be an FYI.
But if you want a briefing, just call Janet.
Yeah, I mean, that's how we do it. You know, we talk to, we are free to, you need to do.
I like to do it in the closed.
But I mean, I like to say that it's, I feel like you should do some.
One-on-ones with Heather, and I often just bring Janet in when there's a legal question. So it makes it more efficient. I get taking all of us.
Five different conversations is more efficient than one conversation with 5 people.
Well, I don't.
Like, Michael, please sit down. You can't yell out in the meeting. It's not mob rule. Okay, Michael, please sit down. Just sit down. We're going to talk about it. It's okay. You know, I just did want to say that you know, people need to do their homework as a council member, and there is extra work involved besides coming to the meeting. And I know that I have questions about the financials. I have questions about legal issues. I look them up. I say, oh, what's this? You know, I call the town manager. I call the town attorney. I ask if I can speak with the financial director. If there's something I don't understand, like I did ask once to have a special session with the financial director to understand some of our road funding better. So all of those resources are available to us in advance of the meeting. And I find our staff very gracious in, you know, being willing to set aside time.
Respectfully, I don't believe that's the right way to do it. We have an audience here called the citizens of Fairfax. And anything that we can talk out in the open about, we should. And, you know, it's just a different philosophy. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying the way that I'm used to doing it from 28 years ago and 24 years ago. And working with Frank in the past, we would ask not people questions, public can ask questions. And I think it's more efficient to do it at council meetings. And of course, we need to, you know, do a study up as well, but don't be misconstrued by us asking questions that we haven't studied things. And you know, we have to do, you know, do the work before the council meeting. We do work before the council meetings. So that insinuation isn't right, but let's move on so we can let people go home.
Let me finish this up then. So I just received an email on the status of the Lignito Marin Superior Court case on the wall property. That's all. So I don't know if the whole council received it or not. I have it. And it lists all the court actions.
You signed up for that.
I what?
You signed up for that.
I didn't sign up for that.
Well, it doesn't come automatically. You have to sign up for that notification.
No.
It's
Oh.
okay.
Okay. And then the last thing,
Questions, yeah.
well, you know, it's nice to know what's going on with litigation in town. I mean, $90,000 in 1 month, that's $1 million a year in litigation if it's extended out over 12 months. But anyway.
If I can clarify for that.
Here, I have a question to ask. Has Victory Village paid their traffic impact fees yet for their development? That's a question I have.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I couldn't hear you.
Has Victory Village paid their traffic truck assessment fees for the development, which the town continued for a period of time?
It was continued for 10 years and it started with the date that they opened, which was 2020. So no.
That's correct.
Oh, do we know how much that is? How much they owe us?
I don't know.
I
Well,
believe it's
Mr.
around
Gregg needs an awful lot of work.
$225,000.
I'm sorry?
I believe it's around $225,000.
And that would be due in 2030? Was anybody going to be here to make sure it comes in? Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Michael, you were cut off. Did you want to respond to something? Sorry for the disrespect.
That's okay. The financial statements, because they're on a cash basis, if we pay a bill for $30,000, that doesn't imply it's for 1 month of service. It could be 3 months of service.
Okay. Well, yeah.
By the way, I kind of have to say something. Asking questions is not disrespectful.
He wasn't able to speak. That's disrespectful. It's his job. He's here at 9:30 at night. He should be able to speak. It's his role, Director of Finance. It's disrespectful not to let him speak.
Okay. Clarification on that. Okay.
Okay, and I'm just going to say, as mayor, I'm just going to say that, you know, people are like, why are you cutting people off? I am mindful of the fact that many of our constituents complain that our meetings go until late at night. And so every time we ask additional questions, pull things off the agenda or pull things off the consent calendar, et cetera, you know, it tends to take extra time and that may be worth it. But I'm just, you know, trying to get that balance between the folks who don't want to be here till 3 in the morning or at home listening to us and the folks who really want to hear those items heard. So I'm just trying to reach that balance by moving us along when we need to be moved along, or letting us ask additional questions that we, traditionally the consent calendar is just like, boom, it's, in most jurisdictions, that's how they don't have any discussion. They just pass it. So we're kind of just seeing how we're going to go as a new council, because we're learning how to work together. So that's why there's a little bit of bumpiness here as we learn how all the flow we all want to have. So thank you. Okay. Do we have more comments or questions? I think Mr. Egger had a question. No. If we have no more questions, sorry. Yes, that's what I'm going to do. We're going to move on to public comment. Yes, and it's 2 minutes for the entire consent calendar. Since we haven't officially pulled anything, we are, it's 2 minutes on everything on the consent calendar. Thank you.
So it's appropriate to talk on item G? Great.
Yes.
Michael Schroeder, Fairfax, Lansdale Avenue. Asking you to make the changes to the ordinance listed in item G about the short-term rentals. When our boys went to college, who are actually they're in college now, I was laid off. We started an Airbnb as a way to make income from part of our house that was unused 3/4 of the year. Currently, our house on Lansdale near the Fair Anselm and Good Earth is in RD 5.5.7 zone. And we've been told that an Airbnb is not allowed by Fairfax planning. This makes absolutely no sense. Also, for us to add additional off-street parking space, we would need to remove 2 giant redwoods in our front yard, and we really don't want to do that. Since we opened their Airbnb last August, all of our guests have told us they love the ability to walk to businesses downtown, and only half of them had cars that needed parking. And for those that needed to park on the streets, there's always been room and no problems. So allowing us a waiver as the ordinance proposes in our situation to require a full parking space that would only get used 1/4 of the time is a waste of space and also makes no sense. Our guests have stayed at our place to visit relatives, visit friends, come to teach yoga classes, come for a memorial, come for a reunion, and come for a vacation. And we have had 0 complaints from neighbors about them or about parking. If the town of Fairfax wants to regulate short-term rentals, then these ordinance changes make sense. It will enable my family and other Fairfax families like mine to add housing without new construction. Thank you.
Okay, next.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. This is why the consent calendar is supposed to be non-controversial issues, so that you don't get to it and then think about having the meetings go for hours. On item D, says the town manager said it would have cost much more for them to fix the road. How much more? And why wasn't that put in the bid? I'm sure they got paid well. And then we listened to the mayor say that 5 separate phone calls to everybody who, when you have a question, is the way to go about it instead of having a meeting with 5 people at the same time. For example, the attorney, is the attorney billing for her extra for those phone calls, or is that included in her 350,000 supposed dollars, which were 565,000 last year? I also don't see separate legal costs being mentioned anywhere in the meeting. So when I look at H, waive second reading of the absence of quorum, this is like some obscure town code. Now, if, the town manager and the attorney wanted to, look at the code book, after, doing some bong hits or whatever at night on their own time, that's fine. But what did that cost us? And what difference is it making? I mean, and then as I was saying earlier tonight, oh, she wants to go through the code book and reorganize all this stuff. What, at $220, $250 an hour or whatever it is she charges, when you can find somebody for $45, $50 an hour or less who could do the same thing as easily and much, I'm sure, much quicker at the rate that we're being billed.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. Who is making the changes in this format? Tonight's meeting agenda packet has 10 items on the consent calendar, but it's pretty hard to tell that there's 10 items. That's 12 seconds per item. Again, as Mark said, it's supposed to be for non-controversial items. I request that you number these going forward for more easy reference. I request that you pull items A, the financial statements, which show $1.5 million operating deficit, and item 8, waive second reading regarding town council quorum. This was discussed and it was argued against, and it's not clear to me that it was actually approved. This should not happen because Janet Colson seems to think it's odd. It was enacted for a reason. It should be explained, researched the reason why it was enacted, and it compels town council members to appear for a quorum. So there should not be a way that they can skip out on their duty. Otherwise, if you're skipping out on your duty, you should resign. You should resign if you're not transparent. You should resign if you're not accountable. This town council has been ramrodding through the people forever. That's not the way to govern. It's bad governance. It's bad governance after 60% of the people vote against Measure H. They want an elected town clerk. Do not appoint a town clerk. You were voted against. Lizelle Blash, mayor of Fairfax, you have said you didn't believe the people here represent the town. You wanted it to go to a vote. You heard the vote. Now you're trying to pull a fast one on Fairfax again. There's many more things to discuss here, but those are the key highlights. I wish you'd give us 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Cindy Swift, Fairfax. I'd like to speak on item 4B, the minutes. The November 6 minutes. A council member left the November 6 meeting before it ended, and there was no acknowledgement of that by the mayor at the time at the meeting, either to state the council member was leaving or give a reason. The minutes do not capture that either. It lists the council member as present during the roll call, but then identifies the council member as absent for the vote on the consent calendar. I would ask the council to announce meeting members coming late after the roll call or leaving early and have that captured in the minutes for clarity and transparency. The November 19th minutes, page 5, attributes a public comment to me. I did not make any public comments at the meeting. I'm assuming that the comment was made from another individual with the first name of Cindy. So please change that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Misty Batch, and I am speaking for letter G on the short-term rentals. I did send an email late today. I apologize. I'm just getting up to speed. We have had a short-term rental here in Fairfax, and we applied for the permit but got denied due to it being not our primary residence. It is our second residence. We've come to Fairfax. It was my grandma's home. I've been coming to Fairfax my whole life. My whole family uses this home. We are not interested in long-term renting it. It is not going to be a long-term renter. However, we would like to be able to subsidize the house on times when we are not here. We're here about 2 to 3 months out of the year between all of us family members. We had to cancel bookings of family members who have come for years here to visit their daughters and sons and family members, grandparents, holidays, graduations. Out of all the years we had it, we never had one problem. We have a very strict policy. We screen all of our renters. Our neighbors prefer us to have a short-term rental versus a long-term rental at the house. And I'm asking you to please consider opening up the fact of a primary residence, moving that to looking at a secondary residence, so that we could go back to offering a transient occupancy tax to the city, which we are absolutely happy to do. I think it's a great idea. And we want to be in compliance. However, we have had to stop our short-term rental, and it is now we have a financial obligation on the house, so now we have to still continue to pay that without subsidizing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Hey there, Matt Butler, a Marin County resident. I want to talk to you about Jimmy Carter and your items number F and J here. A major importance thing that Jimmy Carter worked on upon leaving office was his work with Habitat for Humanity, because Jimmy Carter realized how vital the health of a community is dependent upon the housing supply. He was aware of all the societal ills that will arise when people go unhoused. And he knew that a giant Pandora's box of problems that he had witnessed firsthand himself as a global leader were something that should always be addressed and be foremost in every leader's mind. While Jimmy Carter was doing this, Marin County governments were waging all-out war on housing. This has been going on for 50 years. Everything they could do to possibly stop any development, any building, any housing, and that is why we are in the mess we are in today. I think your recent purchase of the Wall property flies in the face of all humane and sound judgment that anybody would make, residing in a state that has 1/3 of the nation's homeless population and the largest, highest number of people living in poverty, the highest poverty rate in the country. I really don't see where banning camping, which is not the correct word to use for what is going on here. To use the word camping is to mask the failure of your housing policies and the inhumanity of your actions. Nobody is camping. People are living on the streets because you buy property, like the Wall property, to prevent housing from being built on it. That is cause and effect, blatantly obvious here. So I think it's time to end the war on housing. The rest of the country knows it. The rest of the world knows it. And I hope you can do better.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
Thank you, Council. Actually, to follow up on the last gentleman, it is true when you take things off the public dole that pays property tax and put them into open space or anything else, it raises the tax for everybody else that makes our housing less and less affordable. But I'm up here to again address the consent calendar. I think a proper title would be the coward's calendar. A consent calendar should be for a perfunctory items such as renewing your insurance, renewing the contract with CYO. But I too have been at council meetings here for the last 22 years and San Rafael and different school boards. Whenever there's been an issue that's contentious, the councils have always pulled them off and discussed them to give the benefit to the public, to bring them along and keep them educated. It's only a coward's approach to try to exclude us. And if Janet is taking 5 individual conversations and phone calls, she's billing us 5 times. She's telling you guys 5 different stories that may or may not be understood the same way. So not only are you defeating the purpose of engaging the public, you're really having an off-calendar, out of the chamber's meeting, and you're excluding the public for something the public should participate in. So that's why I think it's better called the coward's calendar. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Sean Fitzgerald, Fairfax Park. I just want to make a brief comment on item J, which is the no camping ordinance. I'm for passing that. Joey, who was the unhoused person who tried to make some comments, he was calling in from Ohio. I thought that was really disrespectful that you cut him off, considering he was an unhoused person that you seem to care so much about, and he's got a variety of issues, and it was quite a big feat for him to call in and make those comments, and you stepped on his tongue, which is really odd considering you're on the subcommittee for homelessness. But he wanted to say that he is also for the ordinance. He said he's for personal responsibility, and people there need to make better decisions. He says a no vote on this ordinance is a yes vote for methamphetamines and mental illness near children, and he would never choose that. I hope you make the right decision and vote to pass this ordinance tonight.
Okay, is there anyone online?
There are 5 raised hands on Zoom.
Thank you.
6. This first speaker is Deb, followed by Kay. Deb, you are unmuted.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you, council members, for hearing me. A few things. Short-term rentals take away long-term housing. The person who said that parking is no problem in his neighborhood, magnify that by 10 new people who are allowed to have short-term rentals on that street. There's a parking problem. The financial statements, this is the 3rd time I brought this up, I think, at least. There was a check to US Bank, our credit card company, for 21,000. Last month was 16,000. In the old software, we would not have individual credit card charges, but we would at least have a list of categories, office supplies, so much, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, explaining where the 20,000 came from. If I, pardon me, average just those 2 months, we're coming up with about $200,000 in expenditures that are not apparent. They're not public. Who knows where that money's going? This would never pass audit. I've gone through about 20 IRS audits in my professional history. This would not pass audit. I don't know how it passes audit with Maze. So please have asked Michael Vidret, financial director, to enter the credit card charges and make them part of the financial statements. Thank you.
The next speaker is Kay, followed by Mimi. Kay, you are unmuted.
Hi. Okay, 3 things. 1, short-term rental. I do not support, again, I do not support not taking away the parking requirements. I don't know any neighborhood that is not impacted by parking. Even if people are parking on the street, it's, and they live in a house, it's just really bad. So please do not make exceptions. If you're having a short-term rental, you need to have a designated parking spot. So I wish you would look at that. 2, if this camping ordinance goes through, I just remember we're not doing anything. We're not solving the problem. So can we please continue to look at this issue? And see what we can do, because people are going to become unhoused all the time, including our community members. And 3, I really appreciate Mike and Frank asking questions, because I watch every single town council meeting, and it's so obvious that there's so much going on behind the scenes that I'm not privy of, even though I read the staff reports and I think I'm intelligent. I think a lot of time and energy has been spent on this is how we do it, but I think people want to see you guys start doing it maybe a different way. So I would appreciate if their ways and what they're saying got a little more consideration. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person.
The next speaker is Mimi, followed by Gabriel. Mimi, you are unmuted.
Okay, thank you. Amy Newton, Mono Ave. I actually disagree with one of the prior commenters about not being able to both preserve open space and provide for affordable housing and support those who are homeless at the same time. And I wanted to speak to item J specifically and respectfully urge those council members who voted in favor of this previously, the anti-camping ordinance, to reconsider their positions. This ordinance targets the most vulnerable members of our community, and these are the people who are the least able to defend themselves. And I expect my town council to help those vulnerable members of our community and not make their lives more difficult by criminalizing their very existence. We don't need to further alienate them, especially when they really need our help the most. And I urge you to look inside your hearts and vote no on that measure. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Next, please.
The next speaker is Gabriel, followed by Cindy. Gabriel, you are unmuted.
Thank you, council members. I want to speak about Measure I on the consent calendar. I'm Gabe Robinson from Fairfax, California. I again want to oppose the town council's rushed and quite frankly glib decision to approve the relocation and provide the legal cover for the removal of the marijuana dispensary to 1591 Sir Francis Drake. Again, this is not a business that is being run according to its state law or conditional use permit. I'll read from its current active license with Department of Cannabis Control. Commercial retailer, non-storefront, adult use. According to state law, the licensed premises of non-storefront retailer licensee shall be closed to the public. I'll read from the 2019 conditional use permit for this business. No adult use customers shall be permitted to access or remain in the premises of a medical marijuana dispensary. No adult use cannabis retail sales shall be permitted to occur at the premises of a medical marijuana dispensary. This is somebody who's clearly operating a business outside of the terms of their conditional use permit with the town of Fairfax and under state law. And that's why we in the neighborhood and the parents who know that they'll be having to traipse by it on their way to Brookside School, Hidden Valley, and on the way to White Hill as their kids go to and fro will be affected by this. This is a business that's not being run according to its previous agreements with the state or with the town of Fairfax. And so we're very upset that this has been allowed to move forward with such a rushed and hasty manner when this person's apparently demonstrated no willingness to abide by the agreements they've already set in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in line?
The next speaker is Cindy, followed by Jason. Cindy, you are unmuted.
Hi, good evening. This is Cindy Ross. I live on Lansdale Avenue in Fairfax. And I really want to thank Cindy Swift for pointing out the November 19 minutes error. I believe I'm the Cindy that whose comment was summed up there, but I do want to say that in reading back the way that my comment was summed up, I don't believe it's exactly what I intended to say. So I would like that corrected, that should read Cindy Ross, not Cindy Swift. But honestly, I don't recall exactly what I said at that meeting. It was it's very difficult sometimes to put in some complex thoughts in a 2-minute time frame. But I don't appreciate that it says that I agreed with Robbie's comments because that was not my intent at the time. There were some other things too about, pointing out that camping is a recreational activity. And I also, as somebody earlier said, I don't agree exactly with that term being used for addressing the situation of the encampment. But anyway, the main thing here is I want to say that comment should be attributed to Cindy Ross, not Cindy Swift. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jason, followed by a caller from a cell phone number. Jason, you are unmuted. Jason, you have to unmute yourself.
Thank you.
There you go.
It's totally unacceptable for the town council to put the anti-camping ordinance on the consent calendar. Criminalizing people without homes is something that should not be snuck through or rubber stamped on a consent calendar. It's not only disingenuous, it's also undemocratic, especially when the well-being of human lives are at stake. The general theme within the town of Fairfax between some council members and some of their residents is that they don't want unhoused people camping at the park. Yet the anti-camping ordinance is for the entire town of Fairfax. That's totally not cool. It's clear this ordinance is not only designed to punish unhoused people for sleeping, but also to keep unhoused people from entering the town. What's next? Border walls and checkpoints? The town of Fairfax over the years has been champions for social justice and human rights. And I keep asking myself, what's changed? Fairfax has a real small homeless population. Setting aside an area where people can camp would be the most humane and morally right thing to do. Criminalizing people without homes for sleeping in the entire town of Fairfax is not. The adoption of the anti-camping ordinance needs to be taken off the consent calendar so it can be properly vetted by the public in a democratic way. Or better yet, just vote no. And I want to thank Councilmember Kohler for suggesting that it get pulled off the consent calendar and put on its own separate agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person, please.
So the next speaker is a caller calling from a phone number ending in 2123, followed by PJ Pfeffer. Cell phone caller, you are unmuted.
Hi, my name's Liz Schroeder. I'm calling as a resident at 161 Lansdale in Fairfax. Calling regarding the short-term rental requirements for parking. The blanket one-size-fits-all parking requirement, I think, is something that the council needs to reconsider. We do have a 2,000 square foot home that my husband's already spoken tonight about. Part of it for part of the year is used as a short-term rental to supplement our income since he's been laid off. Our two boys would be here with cars, but they're not here. So when they're not here is when we're using it. So I think everybody has a very different situation in regards to parking. So I think a blanket parking rule should be reconsidered. And I beg of you to consider our appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is PJ Pfeffer, followed by Jane. PJ, you are unmuted.
Thank you. Speaking again, just on my own behalf. And again, I want to echo everything that Mimi said. I think while I appreciate the items being pulled for separate votes, still disappointed that the short-term rentals and the anti-camping ordinance were not pulled off the consent calendar entirely. I think it's really wild that the council would pass the anti-camping ordinance without any even remotely specific and foreseeable projections of what the cost of the town would be. This is money that we're just throwing out of the window for no reason, but to punish people for the crime of being poor and having no other options. We've heard a lot of people talk about how awful it is to live in these conditions, and it's not compassionate. But the solution isn't then taking what little money they have and time they have to deal with the hassle of having their possessions moved around and then being put in jail. Jail is certainly not a more compassionate option, forcing somebody to be there. We'd be spending all this money to do all of that. It has no permanent solution, doesn't affect housing. I know Councilmember Girangelli has been working on his Compassion City idea. What a shame that if that's a good idea, that the town would be spending money taking homeless people's property and storing them just so that they can retrieve their property and get it back, instead of spending that money to a project that may actually help people. Also, blanket short-term rentals. Obviously, this is the same type of ordinance that leads to results like Marina Lines.
Thank you. Next, please.
The next speaker is Jane, followed by Joe. Jane, you are unmuted.
Hear me? I think so. I wanted to encourage you to vote for the no camping ordinance. It's not humane to leave people out in this brutally cold weather. You're not helping them by allowing that to continue, and it's gone on far too long. I agree, something should happen, and there are, options out there, but the people have to be encouraged to do so, to take advantage of them, and also respect the property, respect our town. You don't be doing drugs and doing alcohol next to a children's park and have us consider that that's humane. I don't suggest they be thrown in jail, but they can't do that. It's not good for anybody. It's pretending you're good people to think that you're allowing them to continue to do that. It's not realistic. I don't think it's fair to anybody. It's very inhumane. And secondly, the financial statement, I agree with Frank and Mike and other people. It'd be nice to know what this money is being spent for, what the lawyer is being spent for. Is it true she would be paid for each conversation about explaining something with each council member instead of the council members speaking together and maybe first informing their questions? Or, find ways to cut the fat. And unfortunately, the town council is part of that scalpel needing that's overdue. We have money, we have things we need to spend money on, and just going back and forth and floundering around and paying somebody big bucks to do something that perhaps somebody else could do for less, and then come back and deal with it professionally very quickly. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
The next speaker is Joe, followed by an iPhone user. Joe, you are unmuted.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm calling in to also express my real concern and ask you to abandon this idea of criminalizing the encampment in town. These are I was shocked, frankly, to see that it had, the vote had happened and moved forward. The last meeting, this is a council who I know to be very strong on housing justice, and this was a shock to me to see that after 2 years of working for other aspects of housing justice, that our first pivot after the election is to criminalize the most vulnerable in our community. Particularly it's just moving too fast with no plan for relocation for these folks. As Jason said, to ban camping in the entire town is extreme. If there's a sentiment to assist these folks to relocate, and it's specifically this location, then this ordinance is way too much. We've got almost 800,000 homeless people in the United States, up 18% last year, largely due to high rents. And these are people who need help. Bobby, the camp leader, he used to work with me at Good Earth. He's had a tough time, and he finds himself in this situation, and these folks have nowhere to go. I really, really plead with you to reconsider and take some more time and think this through and have a plan.
Thank you. Is there another person?
Yes, there are two more speakers. The first one is an iPhone user, followed by Hugh. iPhone user, you are unmuted.
Hi, do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, it's Kathy Flores. I didn't think you'd let me speak, so I tried to get on a phone. Just two questions. I've asked this question before to the town clerk, but deputy town clerk, but I don't believe I ever got a response. I'd like to know who is the person, since Tony left last year or year before, is taking the minutes? And secondly, who is reviewing the minutes or editing the minutes? Is it, at one time, I think Stephanie Hellman wanted to do it or did it or suggested she do it, or is there someone else? So I'd like to have those two answers. Who's the taking the minutes, and who is editing the minutes? Thank you.
Great, thank you.
There are no more speakers on Zoom.
Okay. I don't usually do this, but I just wanted to check. I know that I'm not sure if there's any update or any other speakers in the room, particularly concerning the the Marin Alliance for Medical Marijuana, but I guess that's it, right? We've done it.
Okay. My husband and I are neutral on the subject of medical marijuana being built in our neighborhood. I just want to make that clear. And also, we met with some council members. The town manager came and visited our neighborhood. I appreciate that. And Mayor Basil was there as well. My concerns are parking. And my other concern is having the town council work with my neighbors to make it more comfortable for them, or the Marin Marijuana Alliance to move, because there's a lot of concern. And I want to make sure our neighborhoods comes together and accepts this, because, it's important, but it's also, there's some big concerns. But also I would like to ask that in the planning of building, or if that's going to be rebuilt with that property, that you think about parking, as well as making the flood. Our cars have been flooded twice in the last 2 years. I want you to make sure that in that building that you have proper drainage. So those are my two concerns, and that's it. All right,
Great.
thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so if there are no more comments, I think we're going to have to think about how these stack up. So what we do first is the consent calendar minus the items that we have taken off. So nothing has been technically pulled. Things have been taken off for a separate vote.
I can do it.
Great.
So I would say, I would make a motion to approve the consent calendar minus item B, item G, and item J, which would be separate votes. You got yours.
B?
So it's B, as well as G, as well as J.
We're not taking it off.
No, they're separate votes. That's what I just said.
Can I make a friendly amendment? It
Yeah.
sounds like there were some changes to the minutes. Should we just continue that to the next meeting and just add it?
I would just suggest that we direct the deputy town clerk to go back and look at the tape, but it was Cindy Ross who made those comments.
Well,
And
I
I
also
think you would like to pull the tape and correct the comments
I think
as well.
Cindy Swift's comment about, I think it was me who left.
Right.
I think that's valid to capture.
I think I would just suggest that what I heard Ms. Swift say is in the future that we are clear on those items, not necessarily making a correction on this one.
Okay.
So I would accept your friendly amendment that we would direct the town clerk to go back to the November 19th minutes, pull the tape, make sure that the comments attributed to Cindy Swift or Cindy Ross, and also correct those comments.
H, that's, you had that in there also?
Yes.
Both separate.
No, H we left.
Right.
We had a request to pull it.
No, you
I
didn't.
don't think we did.
We did not. We had 3 separate votes, which was the minutes, B, we had G, which you asked for, which is short-term rentals, and J, which I asked for as separate votes. All right, so that's the motion. Somebody want a second?
Okay, I'll second it.
Councilmember Ager.
Am I voting?
So confused.
My vote is no, because H is totally unnecessary.
Okay.
Councilmember Garanghelli.
You need to talk into the mic. It's being recorded.
Yeah, that's why I was asking for H to be pulled off, so kind of forced to say no.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Okay, so moving on beyond that, we have taken off but not pulled the minutes.
Okay, so on the minutes, which is B, I would make a motion to approve the minutes with the change in November 19th and direction to town clerk to go back and pull the tape and correct those comments attributed to Cindy Ross that said Swift. So that's item B. Minutes. Somebody want to second that?
Second,
Councilmember Ager.
This is a vote on the minutes.
Yes.
I abstain. I was not at those 2 meetings.
Councilmember Garanghelli.
I also abstained because I was not at those meetings.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes.
Hey, now
Okay, moving on, we are moving
I'll
on
get
to.
it. I'll do it.
Okay, G.
I'd like us to finish up this meeting. So on item G, I would like to make a motion to approve item G on the consent calendar. Did anyone want to second that? We're all going to sit here.
I've got a question about it.
Okay, I'm going to second it.
So did Fairfax's housing element that was recently adopted address short-term rentals and the impact on existing affordable housing at all? Was that included in the housing element?
No, it was not.
Was not?
And when we looked at short-term rentals initially back in November 2022, when I brought it, or back in 2022, we looked at that issue. And one of the reasons why we kept it away from what somebody brought up tonight, which is, not primary residences, is we didn't want to perpetuate what has happened in other areas where people buy up properties and just use them for short-term rentals. I realize that the case that was brought up here tonight is a different case, but we were trying to strike that balance. Does that help?
Okay, actually, I guess our short-term rental revenue doesn't meet our expenses. We're actually losing money. Is that what's happening?
Okay, so Frank, I already made a motion, so we have a second, so you can choose not to vote on it.
So can we go ahead and do a vote?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ager.
This is a motion to waive further reading and adopt.
Yes.
No.
Okay. Councilmember Garanghelli.
No.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes, and I'm going to note that it's past 10 o'clock.
Let's just do the last motion.
So I'm
and
going to say it just,
Okay.
So yeah, I'm trying to give you side eye, but it's hard. Anyway, Yeah, so we are going to, we usually have a 10 o'clock rule, which means we vote if we're going to continue. I think we can just continue with this item, and then if we need to, we'll do the 10 o'clock rule. Okay, so let's go ahead. So
Okay.
the other item that was taken off of the agenda was item J.
Yeah, that was a separate vote. So I would make a motion to approve item J, even though I'm voting no.
Second.
Okay, can we have a vote?
Councilmember Ager,
Aye.
Councilmember Garangeli,
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler,
No.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
So sorry, are we're voting right now on J?
yes.
Do you want it to
Yes.
pass?
Okay.
Mayor Blash.
No.
And I would make a motion to waive the 10 o'clock rule because we only have a couple of items.
Second.
Okay, can we have a vote?
Councilmember Ager,
Aye.
Councilmember Garangeli,
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Okay, so having messily but happily finished the consent calendar, we're moving on to future agenda items, town manager's report. I did want to mention that we have, as usual, our council reports and comments are on the consent calendar as a written report. Again, those are just meetings that we have attended that are basically part of like what we discussed earlier, the various committees and boards that we serve on as part of the town, and sometimes additional comments that people make. Generally, they should be bullet point items that just kind of inform people of the different meetings that we're taking part in. So we're going to move on to future agenda items. I will note again that we will vote on future agenda items. I know that's been somewhat controversial, but I've polled a number of other communities. This is how they do it. And part of the reason they do vote on them is because they tend to be very costly in terms of money and staff time. So we want to make sure they're things we really want to take up. And we have a list of future agenda items as well from the last meeting, which I am cognizant of and will be on future meeting agendas.
I'd like to comment.
So I just want to make sure the list of future agenda items will be included in the packet. Is that right?
So we have,
like the idea.
Yeah, I mean,
Tracking.
that's what I asked for last time, and I was surprised that it was. So I just want to be abundantly clear that that's what we're going to get.
Smart.
So the list that I have right now, I was not at the last meeting.
But I have a comment though on the way we put things on the agenda items.
Just, so just for a second, I'd like to let her finish and then I want to move to his comments, if that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, we are cognizant of review of park rules, charter city, and station 21. Those are the things you already have in the hopper, in addition to the ongoing required items that
What's
we
park
have.
rules?
The-
Code and put them together.
Janet, you need to do it on the mic.
Sorry. That's what we talked about, where I'm putting all together all the rules that have the code onto a one resolution.
Okay.
So we can have them in one place.
Okay.
And residents.
So you had a comment.
Yeah, Mr. Garangeli.
Suggest some things to go on, but I can write them down for next time, or we do it now? Okay, all right. There's two things basically, for now anyway, I'm interested in is, if, to put out there that we, form a more, organized, volunteer, citizens volunteer committees, not committees, but boards, where they might be people that want to help with the parks, or there might be people that want to help with the streets, just volunteer, some major volunteer work. They're doing it right now in Perry Park, as for instance. I even talked to the chief, kind of shot it down, but fire chief, and I said, back in the day, we had a volunteer fire department that assisted in, considering how dangerous, probably the biggest threat to Fairfax are fires. I mean, there's nothing to stop our town from burning down.
Okay.
So that's something I'd like to see us get involved with. And the other one is I want to bring back to the table because people are upset about it, and that would be the Citizens Budget Oversight type committee,
Okay.
oversight committee.
Okay.
Okay, but the first one, just so I'm clear, the scope of the volunteer one, is that just a fire volunteer or is it just
It's
for
a-
any municipal
It's something to
project?
study, like where we need volunteers and see maybe it could be youth volunteers from Archie Williams that help clean creeks, which is probably being.
So, yeah.
So there's a lot of different ways to do the volunteer stuff, but certainly one of them I like to look at closer is.
Can I just interject for a
fire.
second here because we're starting to get into kind of a little bit of a Brown Act thing in that we're discussing something on a meeting agenda in depth that we didn't put on the
But aren't
agenda
we
for the
gonna
public.
vote, if we're gonna
Yeah.
vote on whether we think it's a good idea, I need to know what the idea is.
Right. I just want to warn us that we're not going to get deeply into it because we're starting to
Right.
discuss what the
Did I
form
say
of it might be.
No?
Well,
Really?
It's
Okay.
according to
Let me
people
write
I've heard
down.
it's not.
Don't
But
yeah, because we did have a volunteer board and they disbanded because they couldn't get, I mean, volunteerism is down all over. So
I
yeah,
understand.
yeah. I would like to learn more because we love volunteers.
Okay, I'll write it down for the next meeting.
yeah, and I'm just trying again to find the balance here because we, part of the thing is with the Brown Act is that we want to protect the public and make sure that when the council comes together to discuss something, it's in an open and public meeting that people know about in advance. So we do want to kind of have that balance between hearing enough from people about what they want to put on the agenda to know if we want to vote on it, but also not getting into a deep discussion about the topic itself because we haven't noticed the interested public about the fact that we're discussing it. So just trying to get there. Okay, so we have 2 suggested future agenda items. Are there other future agenda items that are not the ones that we've already heard from the last meeting?
One thing I just want to suggest is not a future agenda item, but number one, I don't think people should have the perspective that'll be on the next meeting agenda, that they have to be spaced out. Because one of the things we're notorious of is putting too many things on an agenda. But the other thing is some of these items might be, 1 or 2 of them might be better discussed at a retreat. But so that's something we can consider as well. But no, I'm good.
Okay, so we have these 2 items from Mr. Garanghelli, and I just want us to go ahead and vote on them and again, keeping in mind that Councilmember Kohler has suggested that maybe some of these could also be retreat discussions. So we want to go ahead and vote. We'll do first the form a more organized volunteer committee. So do you want to do a vote on that?
I think Mike said he would write it down so it'll be more clear what it
Okay.
is.
I'll do it
Okay,
for
so you want to
I'll
bring
do
it to
for the
another?
next meeting.
Okay, no, great. Thank you. Thank you. And I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm just trying to,
Not a problem.
okay. And then the budget oversight committee, is that something you wanted to take up tonight or to bring to another? Okay, so we're going to hold off on those, but they will be brought back to us in a written form at another meeting. Are there any other future agenda items for now? Okay, so we are going to move on to, I think, the town manager's report. Public comment. Yeah, I think we need public comment on the non-agenda items for the future. Okay.
Mark Bell. I think one of the items is that we need to hire a forensic accountant to go over the books for the past 12 to 15 years. I think we need to set up for the incoming monies that are from the road fees, that needs to go into a segregated account that can only be spent on roads, not put into the general fund and then reassigned. And I'd like estimates and then final costs for legal items like what did it cost to go through the town code and find this quorum bill? What did that actually cost? And there are a lot of issues or a lot of items like that that have occurred throughout the year. And I think that we should know what it costs. What did it cost the town for the rental ordinances? What has it cost the town so far for the homeless encampment, to be polite? What did it cost for this, that, and the other thing? And I think that we have the right to know that and what those legal costs are, estimates on what legal costs would be for actions that we might be taking, and what the final costs are and how that comes out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. I want to note that given the concern over disrespect, that it's disrespectful for any council member to get up in the middle of when somebody is speaking, that there are bathroom breaks and there's a way that you can make a motion and everyone can take a bathroom break. But I think it's highly disrespectful for Ms. Hellman or Ms. Kohler to get up when they don't like somebody speaking.
Is this a suggestion for a future agenda item? Okay, so I'm just going to say right now.
I'm talking about,
can you,
that was a preface to say future agenda items. Someone I respect highly likes to say, did you buy when them? He's a hard-hitting businessman. By when are you going to have a balanced budget? By when are you going to have a citizens oversight budget committee? This needs to be a priority. You're hemorrhaging money and you're spending it in the wrong places. And the town attorney needs to explain why she was 70% over budget in detail to every single council member. This needs to stop. This should be your priority. Not just, hey, we'll get to it, but you need to know what your priorities are. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, Council. Mark Bell is really correct. And I really see the failure of the council to not allocate specific monies for specific accounts so we can review them and say, oh, we collected $375,000 from the UUT, another $435,000 for the gas tax and our franchise fees, and we collected $1.2 million for our road impact fees. They should go into account. But right now, they're just being dumped into the general fund and spent nilly-willy wherever you guys want. And then we come up, oh, look, we spent 500 grand on the road and we're broke. And we need to pass a bond to cover our improper spending. If those funds were put into a specific account so that they could be reviewed, we'd have retained earnings at the end and we could allocate them to improving our projects. I am speaking.
I know you're speaking, but I want to make sure that you are addressing the fact that we're talking about future
For
agenda items.
future agenda
Right,
items,
so go
I
ahead.
am asking, and I've asked, and Mark brought up, to have funds received put into specific accounts so that they are accountable for how they're spent. I would also like to see on future agenda items an item be brought up that lists everybody who has a credit card, what they spend it on, and have an opportunity for the public to review what those statements are. Yes, these are future agendized items so the general public can be engaged how you spend our money.
Right. Just wanted to clarify a little bit. So when we're doing future agenda items, and we're going to stop the clock for him, are we talking about people are commenting on the future agenda items that the council has brought up, or just suggesting their own agenda items? How does that usually work? Fine either way.
You know, you're not going to be able to police that or control that.
I'm
So
fine with that. I just want to make sure it's the right
yeah,
thing.
just let them.
Okay, so let's go forward and continue your comment. Thank you.
The item when the public such as myself comes up here to speak, and I do appreciate you stopping the clock, it's to make suggestions that we hope you guys will consider in your deliberations and come forth and say, maybe that's not a bad idea. Maybe that actually benefits us as well as the town, and that you will present them since we're not allowed to present them and put them on our future agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
No, you'll probably shut me down because I don't really understand what we're talking about besides future agenda items, but what I wanted to do was reply to Mark Bell when he was saying something about the attorney. And I know I put in it's a year ago, which I can't find, an email about a question, which was to Heather, who then handed it off to Janet, and she responded, her company responded, and it was $143 to respond for that letter. And I think you must have a paralegal, maybe they did it, I don't know. But I would have thought maybe Heather should have answered that rather than handing it off to Janet. So I'm just responding to Mark's. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone online?
There are two speakers online.
Okay.
The first speaker is Emily, followed by Deb. Emily, you are unmuted.
So for a future, can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Future agenda item or action item is that I would really appreciate and love to see you all come together as a cohesive town representation that we voted for, that are sitting there at the diocese, and that you stop having anger management or start having some anger management counseling amongst yourselves, and having conversations that are Brown Act approved outside of tonight or every other night that you have a regular board meeting, and not having to use your lawyer and arguing in council meetings, embarrassing yourselves, and start collectively using yourselves as, you know, a union rather than arguing up there. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
The next speaker is Deb, followed by Joe. Deb, you are unmuted.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you, council members, for hearing me. For future agenda items, I would like the council to review Robert's Rules of Order. This is pertinent to something that happened earlier in the evening. I'm reading a piece of it right now regarding friendly amendments, which says that the friendly amendment is often used to describe an amendment offered by someone who is in sympathy with the purposes in the main motion, in the belief that the amendment will either improve the statement or effect of the main motion, presumably to the satisfaction of its maker, or will increase the chances of the main motion's adoption. Here's the kicker. Regardless of whether or not the maker of the main motion accepts the amendment, it must be open to debate and voted on formally, unless adopted by unanimous consent and is handled under the same rules as amendments generally. I came up on this with research regarding my position in the tree committee, and the maker does not have to approve the friendly amendment. It gets voted on separately. So, thank you.
Thank you.
The last speaker is Joe. Joe, you are unmuted.
Thank you. Yeah, I would strongly suggest as a future agenda item, in light of your action tonight of criminalizing the encampment, that that there be some sort of plan for these folks, because we've now, you know, joined Novato in what Mayor Blash so accurately described as this race to the bottom of criminalizing being poor and being homeless. And we've kind of turned our back on the county Housing First program. And so the onus is on the council now to do something other than just pointing our finger toward the town limit sign and saying, get out. Like, we need to have a plan quickly to help these 7 folks whose shelter you all have now taken away. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody
There are
else?
no more speakers on Zoom.
Great. Okay. So thank you for that. Lots of good suggestions that we can possibly take up. And I think we're moving on to the town manager's report. Am I correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I want to preface this by saying these are, as they have been, just updates. They're meant to be publicly shared, and they're not staff reports. There's no decision making. It's just one-way communication, making sure you're aware of things. And I do these day of so that you get fresh information. So I wanted to make sure you were aware, and there was mention of the large tree at Doc Egger Park, which a PG&E contractor removed without the town's permission or knowledge. We have issued a stop work order for PG&E on the encroachment permit that they had for trimming trees. That removal was not approved. It was not permitted. It was not with the town's knowledge. And PG&E has, admitted that there was a mistake that they made, that their contractor made. And so we will be issuing them a letter which will include a significant fine for the value of the tree. They will be doing stump grinding to make sure that area is safe, and they will be offering replacement of an appropriate tree at an appropriate location that hasn't yet been determined. But that is per the town's contract arborist, Ray Moritz. The Public Works Director, Lauren Umbertas, the building official, Mark Lackaby, and myself have already met with PG&E on this topic and had a number of emails, of course. And so we just wanted to let you know that we are also expecting a written document from PG&E describing how they will change their processes to make sure that this never happens again. So I wanted to give you assurance there. I wanted to give you a Station 21, which is the fire station remodel update. The fire chief, Chief Mahoney, Public Works Director Umbertas, building official Lockaby, and myself are meeting with the designer architect on Friday, so tomorrow. It's not yet tomorrow, but pretty close. And I have asked them to update milestones, due dates, and the staff or designer responsibilities to keep that program moving. And then we will be establishing very regular meetings to be able to make sure that those milestones are getting met. And we did discuss the Station 21, update in September. The council chose option 1, and there will be updates to the timeline, budget, and designer costs. We are working with the fire department to determine when we'll be able to bring that formal council report back to you. So I wanted to let you know about that because we want to bring you in-depth information. Finance director, which you saw today, came in, and other staff have been working on a change to the town hall phones to go to a voice over IP system that will save money, and it will modernize our system. All of the town phone numbers will stay the same, and the 911 and PD will not be impacted. So just wanted to let you know that's in the works, and that's driven mostly by financial savings that we think we can get there, and then also AT&T is trying very desperately to get rid of their copper lines because they're pretty outmoded. But we have those outmoded phones right now. I wanted to remind you that the council's strategic planning retreat is scheduled for February 12th in this room in the Women's Club. It's a public meeting. A notice will be sent out in advance. The priorities set in the council strategic planning retreat will inform the drafting of the budget. So that's a very important step so that we make sure that the public's money is being allocated to what the council's top priorities are. and that is a public meeting, of course. And then once we go into the budget process specifically, there are always 3 meetings in Fairfax, so there will be robust opportunity for input, comment, and there are typically some changes between the first meeting and the second, and then we hope that in the third meeting, we've got it all in and it's more pro forma you're approving because you've already talked about it so many times. So that concludes my report for tonight. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I do have a quick question. So, I have a item on the future agenda docket about Fire Station 21. So are we waiting for that report that you mentioned in order to be able to have that discussion? Or are we going to possibly have a discussion before that?
So I think it would be most fruitful to have those actual milestones. So what needs to be done still to get us into construction phase? That's what I'm asking. I want to see the drawings out for bid, because once we have bids, that's when we really know what the lowest bidder contractor says it's going to cost. And that will we'll have a timeline when it's going to be constructed, all of that. So that's, in my mind, sort of the real deal. Everything before that is planning. It's very important, right? So right now we have sort of conceptual level designs and a construction estimate, which is quite detailed, but is from a couple of years ago and is not on full drawings. So we need to get to those full drawings. We got that conceptual design and those estimates, and we took that to our folks who do permitting. So they reviewed that and then they had comments. And so those comments have to be incorporated. It may cause changes in the designs, but at the point that we put it out to bid, that is a very prescribed process through the state. The state says you put out those drawings, you tell the contractor what they are supposed to do, and it should be in enough detail that they know exactly what they're going to do. And then it's they compete based on price. So you've got to get those drawings right, because if there's any sort of ambiguity, that's when your change orders come in. That's not where we want to be. And we have to, by law, take the lowest bidder.
I have a question. So you and I have exchanged on this. So we have 2 new council members, and thank you for touring the station. I hope you do the same, Councilmember Egger. The last time the council and the public heard an update on this, I believe, because the permit folks have looked at it and have made some comments and so forth. I believe that is, we anticipate that to increase the cost and the scope, right?
Yes.
So my concern is that we need transparency on this going into the February 12th meeting, even if you don't have it all together, pulled together, ready for bid. My hope is that there's more information so we can make an informed, we can have an informed discussion at our retreat on the 12th.
Can I ask a question for my clarity?
Yes.
Because I heard something from you that I'm not sure I heard before, and that could be my error, so I apologize. But you were talking about having new council members and wanting to make sure they were sort of up to speed, which was a little different from what I was thinking, because I was thinking about, just progressing the project. But what that sounded like to me is bring the presentation, essentially, not exactly, but essentially that we did in September, so that the new council members and the public can see that and understand that process. Is that
But with
correct?
the new information that you have since then, I mean, not a repeat of September.
Yeah, so the new so one of the things that I've been asking for is give me more detail on milestones, when they're going to be hit, who's doing them, so that I can be more prescriptive than I've been in terms of watching that, pushing that project forward. If that's the focus, I'm not sure that I'll have enough of that information for it to be a really robust report, you know, February 4th or 5th. But you know, we can do a hybrid of that. I just, I don't want to disappoint. I want to give you what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of answers my question. Is there more to the report, or was that it?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. So are there any more questions from council members?
Just a quick comment, if I may make. CORE, who's PG&E's vegetation management crew, are creating nightmares for PG&E. They're not going to admit it to you, but I can tell you, I've heard from the inside that it's crazy what's going on, and they can't control them. And that's obvious with Edgar Park is what happened. And then their truck hit the Fairfax resident's car up on Bothine Road. And that's a mess too. So I guess the PG&E rep's gonna try to deal with it.
It is
Okay.
their responsibility, yes.
Yes, did you want to say something?
I do. You're going to have a request for public comment on the manager's report. Normally, I don't believe that you need to allow it because it's a one-way flow of information from the manager to the council.
But this time it was.
But this time, there were some questions and there was some back and forth. And so in an abundance of caution, I would advise you to go ahead and allow the public comment on the manager's report.
Okay, great. Let's do that. Go ahead, Todd.
Hi, Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. I have a few friendly suggestions, a couple of observations. One, I commend you, Town Manager Abrams, for actually wanting to be cost conscious. And I know that construction projects frequently go dramatically over budget. So I would encourage you to actually reach out, not just to the architect asking for those things that occur to you, but to seek counsel from people who are highly skilled at actually bringing in on-time project budgets and see what they can add as an additional check and balance. Then I've spoken to members of the tree committee, and they feel frustrated with how the council has handled some of their recommendations. And the town manager just, if I heard correctly, said that PG&E has admitted they made a mistake. I would like to ask the town council to review the tree ordinance and think about significantly enhancing the penalties for repeat offenders, and maybe putting some wording in there that anyone who is doing a major tree cutting program has to adhere to some strict protocols. And I'd suggest that you turn to the tree committee for their written suggestions about how to best do this. The other thing is, I think you should put on the agenda what the town manager just mentioned, that she wants to change over to a VoIP system. She said there's cost savings. I'd like to know what they are, because maybe it is, maybe it isn't a cost savings. Also, there's been extensive testimony to the FTC or to the PUC that we should not get rid of VoIP copper lines, especially with the number of power outages that we have here in Fairfax, and that should go on the agenda too.
Thank you.
Hello, council. Actually, a suggestion for Ms. Abrams. You were talking about, I'm not trying to discourage you. I'm actually, honestly, I'm trying to help. So in the past, I've negotiated with a couple of different agencies, waste management, cities, for a couple of large contracting firms when they weren't paid. And when there were change orders where they came up, you were very correct because there is some question in language that wasn't covered. But I've also seen the success of when you have a project, reaching out to some of the pool of bidders that you hope would bid, and more than one, so nobody says they have preference, and say, do you see any holes that you'd like clarification on? Because a lot of times that input can really help the project. So I encourage you to make that outreach if you haven't. And if you have, I apologize. I did not know. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. So with that, I'm going to adjourn the meeting in memory of Joe Garbarino. And if people know Joe, he really was the heart and soul of Marin Sanitary. And his daughter Patty continues their business. Former council member Renee Goddard works with them. And it's a really important passing. And you've probably seen some articles in the paper about him. So there we go.